All right. Welcome. What is this thing? I don't want to close that. How do I close this window without closing out the thing? That's annoying. There we go. Okay, I think we got that. That's stupid. I'm in the studio and the chat thing comes up over on the right hand side over here, right? On the right hand side. And it comes up and it goes over the chat. Really weird. I'm going to break it down off of there, right? Because the chat's already on there. So it's weird. All right, let me make sure that I'm live over here and then we have the sound and everything going on here, which I didn't check. Let me see. There we go. Let me double check sound. Right, sound check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. We're good. Okay, welcome everybody. How's everybody doing? All right, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. All right, how's everybody doing today? All right, I haven't been live for like a week and a half, almost 2 weeks now. It's been a lot of stuff going on, crazy stuff going on, good stuff going on, right? Welcome in, everybody. Like when you come in, go ahead and pass this on to a friend, right? Certain words you can't say, otherwise TikTok gets annoyed, right? So, what's everybody up to today, right? What is everybody up to today? Looks like my wife popped in there. Hi, Brooke, right? Right? Everybody say hello before you take off. Ask your questions. What do you got right here, right? How do we get out of this matrix? How do you get out of this matrix? You want to know how to get out of here? It's actually very easy, but people don't know about it because there's a group of people on this earth that is distracting you away from learning that knowledge, even though it's right here in front of you and it's right inside of you, and everything you need to know is right there, right? Scary, scary, right? So make sure you say hello before you go. Let me know where you are in the world. I am broadcasting from New South Wales, Australia, coming to you guys live on this platform. Where are you guys at? Say hi. Howdy, howdy. Welcome, welcome. Right? Welcome in, everybody. I see you popping in and popping out, popping in. Welcome in. Okay, make sure you smash a few things there, right? You can't say those words too many times, otherwise TikTok starts diminishing. Corey, welcome in, welcome in. Al's SN, welcome in, right? I'm not sure if that was. I love your guys' handles. Some of the handles are crazy. Okay, so how do you get out of this place? Well, it's in everything. It's in literature. It's in the movies, like The Matrix, right? It's in there, except for we're not in a pile of goo with a thing stuck in the back of our neck and aliens taking our energy. Although, given a little bit of time with AI, the way it's going, right? It won't take very much longer with the crazy stuff. You never know, right? So, you guys, what are you guys up to? Say hello before you take off. Tell me where you are in the world because it is 6:06 p.m. over on the west coast of the United States of America. That means 8 hours beyond that is where you guys are in the UK. I'm over here at it's 11:06 a.m. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, though. My wife put that up there. Thank you, Brooke. It's 11:06 a.m. On what is today? Today is Friday in Australia. Right, I'm in New South Wales, Australia, but my accent obviously isn't from this country. But I am living in this country because I'm married to my Australian wife, who has a great accent. She's beautiful. She's in the other room. She's actually on a conference call in the other room while I'm going live with you guys over here. But it looks like she's monitoring on the on her cell phone or on a cell phone. All right, welcome in everybody. What are you guys up to today? Right? What is that? Stitch lover? I love that. Right? Obviously, somebody does some sewing, somebody does some hand stitching, right? Some stitchery going on over there. Okay, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, and ask me your questions, right? You guys want to learn how to get out of here? It's actually pretty easy. I'm channeling for you right now. I'm like sitting right next to my higher self, Kelto, waiting to answer questions, but I'm just talking to you right now as Leonard O'Neill. But any second, I will shift into that mode from a very high place and continue talking to you guys, right? Daniel, hey mate, what's up? Welcome, 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 welcome. Right? Welcome in, welcome in. Those of you who are in Australia, welcome in. I know I don't have the accent because I wasn't born here, but this is where I reside. New South Wales, Australia is where I'm at. And I know that you guys over here, it's morning time over for us, right? Not even noon yet. For those of you around the world, it's late yesterday, afternoon, and evening and night, right? Yeah, right. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, make sure that you tap those screens for me so we can get some more people in here so we can get this place rocking, right? So we can get this place rocking. Okay, so ask me how to get out of this matrix. You want to know how to get out of this matrix? It's actually really simple. I can give you the secrets. I've been doing this for 35 years, giving people the secrets, and people look at me. You know, it's funny because when you say like things like, um, the scriptures and how they have things in there that they say this, this is going to be locked up for the people way in the future, and you guys can't understand that. There's groups of us that can actually understand them today. I've been able to translate them now for 3 years, almost 4 years. And when I ask people, they're like, "Oh yeah, no, I get that stuff." And I'm like, "Really? What does it say?" And they're like, "Well, And I said, "You know what? I can tell you what it says." And people said, "Oh, I don't know, because it's going to be something crazy, you know." And I'm like, "Okay, so what is it that you expect?" And so then when I tell them what most of that stuff says, like the letters to the churches in Revelation and what that means, when you do that, I'm a theologian, I'm also a minister, so I've been studying religion my entire life, almost literally since I was able to start reading. We lived across the street from a church, so at a very young, early age, I was already looking at that kind of information and being awake. I'm not veiled like you guys are. You guys are veiled and you don't have any memory. I know who I am. I remember who I am. I remember who I am from a long, 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 long time ago in a galaxy far, far, far away. You guys are here thinking this is the only life you've ever had and that this is the only life there ever is. And so you're not sure what's going on, right? Has Kelto always been with me? Well, yes, because I am actually Kelto. So Kelto has always been with me, but in some lives, when I've been here, I've been veiled like everybody else, so I didn't remember that portion, right? But in this life, I came here, I remember being inserted into the womb. I remember going through the gestation in there and talking to my mom and trying to tell her to get to read other things and give me more information, read more, better information. And if my mother were alive today, she would tell you that she had this crazy wanting, people have cravings. Her cravings, not for a lot of different foods, but were to read scientific research. And then later on in life, she finds out that there's a study that when women do that when they're pregnant, their children are born with a higher IQ. So she was unaware of that, and she was just reading the stuff, couldn't get enough of it because I was inside going, I need more input, I need some better stuff. So Kelto is, because that is my higher self. My higher self is Kelto. Okay. I know that because I'm not veiled in this life. So in that respect, yes, but I would say that would mean that Kelto's always been with me, but there were some lives when I wasn't able to communicate with my own higher self, right? So the way it works is you have a personality right now, but you're veiled. So your personality is only one small aspect of your true personality. So your soul, your immortal soul, when you wake up to that, you will start to learn to communicate with your own higher self. And eventually you're supposed to merge back and realize that is you. That's what you're supposed to do here to get out of here. Okay. How did you get to know your higher self? You can get to know your higher self. That was actually where I was going, Willow. So that's a really good question. You're supposed to, in this place, here's where it's a test for baby souls. You become self-aware. You're still veiled, but you're self-aware. I think, therefore I am, that Greek proverb from thousands of years ago. You become born and you know you are something. I have a self-worth. I don't want to have someone unalive me, right? Because I can't use that other word on this platform. I don't, I have my own, I want to survive. So you know that you are something, right? That's the first part of being human on this earth or anywhere else for that matter. Then you're supposed to ascend to the realization that I am not just this place, this pain body, and this person, that I have an immortal soul. And then you ascend, that's 4D thinking. Then you ascend to the idea that, wait, that is me. And that's when you start trying to communicate with yourself. So to communicate with your higher self, your guides and that sort of stuff, you have to pull yourself out of this third dimensional place, right? I'm diagnosed schizophrenic, so I'm already aware of a higher. Sorry, it was rolling. A higher self, but I don't know how to tap in. Okay, in my opinion, schizophrenia is the ability to learn about them. Yes, it's been misdiagnosed for thousands of years. Actually, for probably about 800 years. Because back in the day, if you were alive during the times of the Greeks, you'd be like the oracle at Delphi. So people, and this is what I tell people, and some people get mad at me, but I've trained people who have schizophrenia. If you meditate, you can quiet that, because your schizophrenia, if you're hearing voices in your head, first of all, you're going to hear three distinct voices in your head anyways, because you're going to hear your ego, your conscience, and your thinking mind. So you're going to have three voices in your head anyways. The ego will take on a persona of a character if you let it. But that's not always what schizophrenia is. Schizophrenia is usually you're hearing and communicating with other aspects of you from a different time period in life. But you know what I mean? You have a person that's say you're a male in this life, and there's this female that you know. This female is in your head, has a personality, and you feel like it's kind of you, but not you. That's because it's you from, say, 100 years ago, 200 years ago. That person 200 years ago was also hearing voices, and everybody thought they might have been crazy, and that person is talking to you right now, 200 years ago. See my point? So, can I borrow Kelto from you for a bit if I need him? You actually could call on Kelto and channel him if if you called. He's sitting there smiling and laughing because anybody from a higher plane of existence above, say 6D and above, you can communicate with them. So you could actually communicate with Kelto at some points. What happens? What happened? Quiet, what is that? Quiet consistently. I've had Jesus, Lucifer, my dad, my mom, and various people. Well, you could be communicating with them. You know what I mean? You actually could be communicating with those groups of people. You People do that all the time, and they channel and they actually talk to. You can talk. I talk to my parents. You can talk to your people from from whatever, your grandparents, your great grandparents, and stuff like that. You can communicate with them all the time. So having your mom and dad is nothing. So I wouldn't say that that's a bad thing unless like Jesus is telling you to, take over the world and off everybody. You know what I mean? But otherwise, that wouldn't may not be like a disorder. You may just be channeling and having this ability. Mediums, I'm also a medium. Mediums, the word medium means go between. Mediums communicate between this realm and the next realm. So we would be considered the same way. If I had a same person that came through all the time, your guides, first of all, will come through consistently. Your mom, your dad, they could be guides for you right now. Even Jesus could be helping guide you. So you may not be, like tripping as much as they think. You know what I mean? Because the doctors are going to say that, of course, right? Let's see, pop up and made it quite clear that I'm a medium or a vessel. Yeah, see, so I think that you should be paying attention to that, Willow, and talk to them more because as you quiet the mind and you move up into like 4D, this might be a something that you came here with the ability, and because you're not using it, people are bombarding you because they do that. Right, the universe starts bombarding you and trying to get you to pay attention. Right, I was sitting one time at a buddy of mine's house, and I hadn't seen him for I don't know, probably 5 years, and he just moved into town by me. And I went over to his house, and another friend of ours that I knew her father, when she was out on the patio up on the balcony with some people, and I didn't know who those people were. And he and I were sitting there just talking with the TV on and catching up. And all of a sudden, there was this guy standing next to me. It looked like Columbo. I don't know if you're American, but that old TV series. It was just a short guy with a cigar in his mouth, wearing a fedora and a jacket, and he's talking to me, and he kept bugging me. Eventually, I was like, okay, and he said, you need to go out there and talk to that girl. And he was pointing at the girl that was sitting next to the one that I knew. And I went over and I opened up the door. I said, hi. Well, I said, I know you don't know me at all, but there's a man that's about this tall standing right here, and he's wanting me to talk to you. And it was her father. Turned out it was her father. So your higher self, your guides, and different spirits and things are going to bug you if you have abilities because they want you to try to do that, right? I've learned a lot of truth about myself. One thing interested me in how to clear the obstacles. Yeah, right. You have to be able to learn to meditate or pray because it does the same thing. You need to raise your vibration and pull yourself out of this third dimensional place so that you can quiet the ego, quiet the conscience, and quiet the thinking mind, and that way you are back in control of what's going on because you still exist there in that place. That once you start learning to quiet the mind, your communication with outside will be easier to do, right? Alex SY, thanks for coming in. This is your first time in. I'm here to help you. I am channeling my higher self right now. I'm channeling Kelto from the 11th dimension, and I'm helping people either with spirituality or knowledge on how to get out of here in this place. And myself and my wife, Merlin and May, if you can see our picture right there, we also teach all of this stuff because we're both mediums, we're both life coaches. I'm a minister, I'm a theologian, I channel, we do everything, we teach everything. So we have a couple classes, we teach defense against the dark arts, we teach Reiki, but we have a ton of more stuff that we teach. We can teach all the clairs, we teach all psychic abilities, we do life coaching, spiritual life coaching, and we're trying to help the world. I also wrote this book right here, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. I also have a podcast, right? right up here on this side. Orion Rising is my podcast, which is free. You can listen to it all over the world. How did Kelto reveal himself to you? In this life, I came in as Kelto. I came in knowing that I was Kelto, unveiled, inserted, built a life, right? Put it together. This is who I want as my mother, my father, and that sort of stuff. And then came in, was inserted into, like you guys are, you just don't remember it. Usually when you get inserted, you get veiled. And I was unveiled. So in this life, it was that way. Um, I am different in the lives that are here than 99% of the people that are on this planet. My wife and myself and a bunch of other people came from a very high level of existence, came down to this third dimensional level to actually help people to come into, insert into bodies and be born here legally so that we can actually help people on planets like this that have a problem or who are stuck. So I have always been Kelto. So for me, the realization of Kelto took place probably, it was eons ago. When I went through this for the first time was very, 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 very long time ago. I'm talking, like billions of years ago. So so in that respect, I would have to go back and see the realization of Kelto came basically the same way you guys are going through because I wasn't a human like this. On this planet, I was blue, and I was on another planet, and I was aquatic when that happened. And a part of my aspect is still there. So you go through the same process, right? Chat's what all funniest past lives, right? What's y'all funniest past life? Yeah, no, that's kind of funny, right? Okay, Kelto. So let me ask you a question, if it's okay. Yes, that's what I'm here for, Willow. Please ask questions. I'm here for that. That is what I came to this earth for, is to answer questions to help you guys. That is why I'm here. So ask your questions. Funniest past life what that I had on this earth was kind of stupid. I wasn't awake in that past life, and I was in the United States in the Old West, and I was a bank robber. And I went in and was robbing a bank, and when we came out, all the town folk was set up to ambush us, and I got shot in the street like 25, 30 times and died in the street. I mean, it's kind of tragic, but it's kind of a waste of a life, right? So that's kind of stupid, right? What is your current understanding of this reality? I have lived experience and evidence of the true. So what is this? The reality that we are in exists as an ecosystem to train baby souls. You're supposed to go through this veiled so that you have an organic experience of living and strife and unaliving and eating food and loving and hating and war, all of this because you are in fact an immortal soul and you're bored and you wanted to have something to do. So this stuff was invented for us to play these parts and to have fun and forget who we are. And that's actually what you're doing here right now. Let's see, how did you tap into your higher self? Akashic records. Originally, yes. Originally, that's how we all do it. That's how you do it. That's how I do it. You start raising your vibration. You go 4D. You realize I'm not the thinking mind. I'm not the pain body. I am something else. And then when you start to realize the realization that I am, therefore I think, not I think, therefore I am. I am. Then you start learning your guides, and then you start learning the Akashic records, and then you start learning more about your higher self, and you move up into 5D, and then you start to realize all of that information, and you start realizing that, right? Nice share. I know, right? Yeah, that was kind of a old west getting taken out, right? So I want to see your perspective on it. I think you're asking about what was going on there, right? What is the golden age? The golden age, that's just like saying what is the new heaven and the new earth? All of that were those were all metaphors in the religions. You're supposed to be looking within yourself and fixing within yourself because you literally can be sitting next to somebody on a bus stop or on a bus or on train, and that person can believe this is the worst place they've ever been to and that it is hell, and you can be sitting there going, this is the heaven, this is the greatest, most beautiful place in the entire universe. And both of those things are true at the exact same time. So the golden age is within you. The new heaven and the new earth is within you. You're supposed to look within yourself and find that within you. Even though all of this stuff is going on in the world, you're supposed to know about that, realize that, and then not let it affect you to keep you stuck here and to keep you manifesting that. You're supposed to move above that, change your way of thinking, and manifest a better place to take some of the energy away from the people who are trying to force everybody to manifest what they want. I wrote about it in this book right here. Sorry, mate, I've got to go. All right, so Daniel, that's cool. I'll be back. Hopefully you will be, right? I hope to see you back. Thanks for popping in. What is your perspective on the newly created souls? Newly created souls, if you're talking about the ones that say the creator just created, those souls will come in like, for a 1D, 2D, right? So tree, grass, rock, air, amoeba, completely just running on instincts, doing their job as an individual. And then they will move into a 2D from the first D eventually. They'll move up to 2D, and when they move up to 2D, then there's something like an animal, a fish, something like that that has a smaller brain, not like a dolphin or a whale, because they're smarter than we are actually. So we're elephants. We're actually number 4 on the chain of big-brained people on this planet. You got whales, you got dolphins, you got elephants, and then you got humans. But people don't want to know that. They want to think we're the most intelligent because we're building empires, but that doesn't make us intelligent. Anyways, so that just makes us a 3D on a 3D scale. So you start out in the low level, and then you move up, and then eventually you become self-aware. You become 3D, then you become self-aware of the higher self, and that's the new awakening, right? Let's see. Are humans supposed to integrate with the galactic community, or is that still a ways off? No, it's actually happening right now. What's happening right now, people don't realize this, there is like 3D, 4D, and 5D happening all simultaneously on this planet at the exact same time. So that's why some people can see UFOs and some people look up and go, dude, I don't know what you're looking at. Because as your vibration moves up, you actually are moving, even though you're just like right now, I'm here with trees and rocks and air. They're only one dimensional. They're completely, some of them are completely not aware of us moving around at all. Like the air is not aware of us. You know what I mean? It's not self-conscious yet. So they're just doing their job. So the same thing happens in 3D where 4D starts to realize they have a higher self. 3D goes, you're crazy. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Right? So that's people will literally, you'll be talking to somebody and they'll go, there is no God, there is nothing, and you're just tripping, you're just making things up. Those people are very 3D. That doesn't mean that they're dumb. That doesn't mean that it just means that they're behind you in the development in this life. And that doesn't even really mean that this life is the first life they've been in. They could actually have learned a bunch of other stuff and then diminished back to learn just to live. So you talk to somebody, but sometimes you can tell, right? Is Jesus God, or is he mainly ascended master? I've seen a lot of both. The church made him a god by adding the Trinity. I am a Christian minister and I was knighted by the Roman Catholic Church, and I'm a theologian. Constantine created a narrative that Jesus was God. They tied it together with Jesus being the voice of God in the beginning, and in Exodus, or before Exodus, in the beginning there in Genesis it says God created the world, with God was the voice, and the voice was with God, and the voice was, so they took that, and when Jesus came, thousands of years later, millions of years later, thousands of years later, as 2,000 years ago, he said, I am the voice of God. So because of that, later on, in the year 329, 328, 329 AD, Constantine, the emperor of Rome, decided to elevate. They had a conclave and elevated Jesus with that Trinity, saying he said he was the voice of God. He was the voice of Moses. So therefore, he must be God because of the Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. In nomine Patri, Filii, Spiritus Sancti. So literally, that's how they did that. If Jesus is the Word of God, and in the beginning it said that the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and Jesus is the Word of God, therefore he must be God. He was an aspect on earth of God, and that's how they did that. Even though he was an individual and never said I am, he said I am the Son of Man. So he was the creation, the Son of creation, and that would suggest the Son of God, but then he ascended. So when he was an ascended master, because he was an ascended master, to get back to answer that question, he was an ascended master. His life number was a 33. He was an ascended master. But then when he elevated beyond this place, that is when he merged back with the creator and became one with the creator. So he didn't just go up to 4D or 5D. He ascended, and he ascended back to the creator. Okay. So that is ultimately what we're trying to do. We just can't go from 0 to 80 or 0 to 60. We're in like, we're in 3D. We're in the third place. We still need to ascend between here and there because we didn't come from up there straight down here, although I did. So that's a bad example because I came from the 11th dimension, the 11th density. So Jesus is in very many aspects as both representation in the flesh, as the son of the creation, okay, in the flesh to teach everybody how to get back to the creation. Okay, and then the way that he was teaching by saying the way to heaven is through me, meaning following me or doing what I'm doing, copying me and doing what I'm doing, living this life. This is the way you get back there. But we can't go from down here straight up there the way he did because we're not destined to. We're working our way. So, in some aspects, in the physical plane, Jesus was an ascended master who was a human in the flesh. His immortal soul was a higher being that was attached to the creator, just like you, but he hadn't merged with the creator. And then he's capable of merging with the creator. When he left and ascended from here, he ascended and went all the way back up to the creator. And now he's in any aspect that people need him in between, right? In some aspects, right? Yeah. Christ consciousness, yes. If Jesus is God, or is he mainly, oh, that was the one I already read. Yeah. Christ consciousness, Alex. Yes, definitely. Thank you for that. Make sure you guys tap on there so we can get some more people in here, right? So as Baal in that aspect, forgotten one in that aspect of the religion, because some people think that Baal is a negative being, but Baal is just the creation or the creator. Just like depends on the religion at the time. Like you could say that Baphomet or Bahamut was because she was the primordial ooze. That was the name of the earth before the earth became who it was. So some people associate, Baphomet or Bahamut with the primordial ooze, meaning the creation. But if you actually read those scrolls, it was the chaos before the earth became. So Baal is the same. Baal is the creator, like you guys know the word archon, but the archon, that word, and the meaning of that word is just archangel, so it's below the creator of the universe. Genesis 22 centers on God testing Abraham's faith by commanding him to sacrifice his son Isaac. Yeah, that's also a metaphor, though you have to realize that most of these things are allegories, right? It's just like when Sodom and Gomorrah was happening and God said, don't look back. If you look back, I'll turn you into a pillar of salt. And the woman turned and looked back and she was turned into a pillar of salt. That's actually just your ascension, and your ascension and not descending back to earth and being caught on earth. So there was those were being told as metaphors for people to decipher. It's just that people didn't decipher them properly, and the clergy is failing you by not deciphering them for you properly. I've been here already, bro. Same life. I need answers. Yeah, and well, no, that's the thing, my friend. What is it? We'll call you Wasaki. Yeah, that's the thing. You guys have all been here many lifetimes, many more lifetimes than you're supposed to. So you're kind of stuck. So people like me have come to try and help you, right? Let's see. Or even daughter of the devil, just theorizing, but all things are possible. Well, yes, so it depends. Like, it depends. Like if you read the Book of Truth or the Scroll of Truth, in there they call error. They call the woman error who created stuff, and that is, so error is the son or the daughter of the creator, right? Nagy says, why, oh, why, when I tell them to not bring me back, they do it because you're actually supposed to be doing this to learn what you're supposed to learn down here. However, there are people on this earth that learned a knowledge and they're distracting you away from the ascension. So, because of that, they're keeping you from learning the things you're supposed to learn to be able to ascend by, giving you algorithms like are on here that everything you like, you get what you like to keep your attention. Television, radio, books, everything that's out there is designed to make you look away from looking within and fixing yourself. I'm talking about soul recycling, loosh farms. Yeah, no, that's my point. That's exactly my point, my friend. Is that they're doing that to keep everybody here, basically farming everybody like slaves of their energy. I talk about that in this book right here. I call them the controllers in there, so I don't get in trouble by naming things. What's your favorite off-world location? I miss the off-world location that is the center planet in the belt of Orion. There's a lot of us. We came from there to here, and that's what we call home. That's where we anchor home at, and we miss that. We miss that place. That's my favorite place to go is back home there, and we've been gone from there for a long time. And the planet that we were on doesn't exist anymore. So the planet that we were on is, Al Nalam is no longer there. It's gone. It was blown up by these guys that you call the Anunnaki that were chasing around the universe now. Exactly, they're keeping us here. Yes, they are, keeping us from learning stuff. My friend, I even got what is that? Delusional belief about all of this that I am in a Truman Show. Well, in some sense, you kind of are in a Truman Show. I mean, you're not. It's not other humans that are watching us, although the elites are kind of paying attention, but they don't have cameras on us. But you are kind of in a Truman Show for the higher planes of existence. We all are because we have the Akashic record. So I'm recording everything, you're recording everything, and then this place is recording us as the third person, right? So every single one of us is recording our own personal thing, and this place is recording everything that's happening. And then we record each other. Like right now, I'm talking to you, you're looking at me on your camera or on your phone and talking to me back, and we're both recording the same thing at the same time, right? Do local solar systems, planets always affect the consciousness and the beings in those systems? Yes. Like to say the dichotomy here on this planet between the ratio between good to evil is 86% of the population is in service to others, good people, and 14% is in service to self, they're negative or evil, and that fluctuates depending on where you go to. So you could leave here in a spaceship and go to another planet and find out that there's like 80% of the population is evil and only 20% is good. So each individual planet has its own ecosystem, right? Willow says, see, I have the knowledge that our eyes and senses are actually recording information. We are. We're recording everything. Everything that you record is being recorded, even with your body. This pain body, records everything, even with the emotion attached to it. That's why we have psychological problems if something happens to us and it's something bad, and we're trying to later on in life, when we're a kid, something bad happens to us. Later on in life, we're trying to deal with it. That emotion comes back up because when this body records it, it records it as now. So when you have a memory, the first time you have a memory of an event that took place that was very tragic or very emotional for you, the body will play it back to you as now. It doesn't know that it's been 30 or 40 years because the body's not conscious enough to go, hold on, we can take that emotion away. Its job is just to record it as now. And then it gives it to you so you relive that emotion all over again, right? And so that sucks the first time you do it. What if I tell you I actually see grids of ones and zeros? That's very possible. Most people, when they start to wake up, they see spirals. They see the actual sacred geometry more than they see the binary code, like in the Matrix movies. And other entities that are spiritually advanced can tap into our entities. They can tap into other spiritually advanced people. They can tap into your Akashic record, but they can't do it if they're negative, if they're evil. They can't look at your Akashic record because they have to have permission. If they're in service to others, then they have a little bit easier things. Yeah, Wasagi says, yeah, spirals. I see spinning grids. Yeah, and I get closer to them. They move, right? The eyes and the movement, and I see them literally at ones and zeros. Yeah. So that's literally. In fact, we get our word circle from the Greek word kirkos, and that was what they called the spindle wheel, the chakras. They called it a kirkos, and we get the word circle, circular, from the word kirkos, the Greek word. They were the first ones to describe. They literally were like chakras, and what they were was a wheel within a wheel. You hear that, a wheel within a wheel in the Bibles. That's actually chakra centers. So people don't realize that. Let me see if I missed anything you guys were saying, and hopefully I did not. If I missed you and I didn't say something, please let me know. But make sure you hit hit the screen there and send it on to other people so we can get some more people in here. And then we can, so the more of the numbers we get up with the hearts, the better off we get, the more people come in, the more questions I can answer. But please ask questions. That's what I'm here for. I'm going to take a drink of my coffee. TikTok, no alcohol. I do not drink alcohol, but caffeine is good. I like coffee. Is unlocking each chakra its own process? Yes. You have to balance each chakra. Each chakra is a different emotion. Each chakra taps into a different thing. Your red ray root chakra, which is the one at the base of your spine, right at your genitalia area. That chakra is the root. that is for the tree of life. I don't know if you can see that, right? The tree of life, that's the root. And the root chakra, that is everything that is third dimensional. Then you have the sacral chakra, which is orange. That is the one that is nature. That is all of nature, and that's where you get that gut feeling. So each one of those represents different things. The first three chakras, on the bottom three chakras, are all physical plane. Okay, the yellow ray is this place. We're in the third dimension on the third planet from the star Sol, which is radiating with a yellow color. That's this physical plane of third dimensionality, the place of doing, right? So you have to actually work on balancing each aspect of you. Your heart chakra is green. Then the upper three chakras is the non-physical plane. It's the bottom three chakras is masculine energy. Top three chakras is feminine energy. Femininity being spiritual, loving, caring, nurturing, warlike, massive, physicality, warlike, and martial arts is the bottom three chakras. And you have to balance all of those in order to. That's the Kundalini Kunda buffer energy that you have to balance in your body to make you one, right? Let's see. When I was doing chakra work, I used to visualize the colors of each chakra. That's good to do when you do that, and the mantras to each. Yes, that's even better. I teach that in the Reiki lessons right here, Reiki 1, Reiki 2, Reiki 3. We actually teach that. We teach you how to do your meridians, how to do your chakras, how to get everything tied in together. There's three aspects of yourself in your endocrine system, which is hooked into your meridians, which is hooked into your tree, your whole entire tree of life, which your branches and everything are internalized in your endocrine system. And then you have the chakras themselves, which go up and down your spine. So there's a lot of that. We teach that in there, right? Does celibacy affect Kundalini? Everything does. When you have the Christ oil within you every single month. Okay, every single month your body secretes the oil from two different places in your brain. And it starts in the medulla oblongata, the top part of your brain, and it comes down. And those energies, one's electric and one's magnetic, one is honey-like substance and one is milk. There's your land of milk and honey. When that goes down your spinal column and back up your spinal column once a month. And in that time period of doing that, it takes about 6 days. The first 3 days is going down and coming back up, and then the two of them merge together. And at that point, you want to have, you want to be celibate. You don't have to be completely abstinent your whole life, but you want to be celibate at that point for like 3 days, because if you have sex during that time period, the endorphins that are released when you have an orgasm actually change the chemical composition of that oil, and it diminishes it and turns it into a coal-like substance, right? Christ oil is not just Gnosticism, Pano. It's actually in every religion around the world. All religions talk about it. They just don't call it that. In the ancient times, they did, but it's been downplayed in the modern time, and they don't tell you about it anymore. Jesus was talking about it at the time. The Greeks were talking about it. You can look back, the Egyptians were talking about it. If you go back away from the modern era, you get about 1,000 years ago. And from that period all the way back in history, they talked about the Christ oil. It was called, because you think that most people think Jesus' last name is Christ. Christ is just a title. Christ is just like rabbi or something like that. Being Christed is from the Christos. The Christos is the holy persona that you're trying to, the way, the Tao Te Chi, the way that you're supposed to be living your life is to be Christed. And if you look up that word, not being Jesus Christ, that's not his last name. Jesus the Christ, he was Christed. So that literally wasn't something that he made up or the Hebrews. All religions talked about that. It's the Kundalini energy. That's the same thing. The Kirkos, I mentioned aforementioned from the Greeks. It's the Mitsubishi from Japan, the three diamonds. Mitsubishi means three diamonds. The three diamonds, all of the religions of the world knew about that. It's Bifrost, the rainbow bridge that the Vikings talked about in that religion. It's actually the same story. It's been there, but people just didn't tell you about it. So now people think that Gnosticism is like this new age thing, and it's actually, gnosis just means knowledge. So Gnosticism means knowledge and the study of ancient knowledge. That's really all that means, right? But and there's this gnosis religion where they're trying to say that Jesus lied to everybody else and only told John and James a secret. That's untrue. That information was the information that was in the book between the Revelation and Jesus's death and resurrection, and then you have this book that was there that's missing, and then it goes to, and they don't tell you about that either, the Acts of the Apostle. So the lessons in between there for that 40 days that Jesus was realived before he left, in that day, that time period, that's when he was teaching everybody this. That was the basics you needed to know. Now you're going to go out and teach people, so you need to know this information. And that was closer to like the Tao Te Ching, the Buddha, in Hinduism, where it was more even that, the ancient Japanese with the three diamonds, it was, here's how you have to live and teach these people so that they can ascend. And nowadays they took those books out, right, when they were editing, and nowadays people are finding them and they're thinking it's a brand new thing, and then they're calling it Gnosticism. And that just means gnosis means knowledge. That's just a word that means knowledge. People don't know that. From all the internet today, I can tell you I feel the most comfortable with your answers and knowledge. That is what I'm here to do for that very reason, my friend. So thank you for that. One of the things that has always bothered me in every lifetime that I was here is how much of this stuff was sort of obscured. And I understand why it had to be, because when the writers were writing things in these ancient scripts, they knew that bad guys were going to try and identify it and change it or take it out. So all the things, they left bait for them to take some things out, and they didn't understand the rest of them. But if you read all of these different scriptures, especially in like the Western Judeo-Christian scriptures, you're going to see words like, let him who hath understanding, or let him who have the eyes to see, or let him who have the ears to hear. That's a highlighter. Okay. That's a highlighter that they took and went, highlight, and boom, sticky note, highlight sticky note for you. Pay attention. The words I just said mean something more than you're reading, or the words I'm about to say mean something more than you're reading. So that's why they said those things. So you have to take special note. If you read the letters to the churches in Revelations in the Bible, there's 7 churches, 7 letters, 7 chakras. Okay. So if you read that and you say the first letter to the first church is the red ray root chakra, look up the red ray root chakra. What does it mean? What is it that I have to do to balance that chakra? What if it's out of balance? Then when you read that letter to the church and he says, let him who hath understanding, or let him who have the ears to hear, let him who have the knowledge to know. Now you read that and it says, you at this church, red ray root chakra, you at this church in the beginning, if you do this thing, you get into heaven. And then when you read, if I balance the red ray root chakra, it's the same knowledge. And if you don't, then you don't get into heaven. And if you don't balance it and you can't get into heaven. So if you read those things in order, or if you look at the book of Moses, in the Exodus, and you see the 7 plagues of Israel, which originally there was only 7 in these, and the Hebrews added 3 more later. Originally there were 7 chakras, same thing. Each plague that Moses put on the Hebrew, or on the Egyptians, were the same, red ray root all the way up. Okay, so it was the same thing. It was printed in there as a story, but those people who were wise enough, like myself, would say at that time, let me explain what this really means to you. Okay. And that was what they were supposed to do, but they didn't end up doing that because they were told not to and kept away from there. If it literally feels like ants, it probably is a crown activation. Oh, that's somebody said something, was asking a question, and you were trying to help out, right? Why is it that I can feel the presence of the Holy Spirit? What is that presence? Well, see, that's like in psychology, they like to call that the third person effect. And they claim that in times of tribulation or troubles, when our lives depends on it, we get this feeling like something's with us. And in 3D, they try to tell you that none of that's real and it's just a fake thing, but it's not true. It is actually real. Your guides, your higher self, and sometimes even a higher being than that will intervene. If you're listening and you're a person that's open to that, you'll get information. You hear stories. You can look this up. Like during 9/11, there's stories of people who were in the burning building and they were afraid to go down the stairs, and all of a sudden there was someone with them, but they couldn't see anyone. And that someone said, hold on a second, wait, don't go down yet. And they stopped, and then that person said, now go down. And they were like, I'm going to run into flames. Just do it. You're going to be okay. And they ran down the stairs. And that person who was telling them in their head actually told them, go left, now go right, now go down, and they got out. How would they know that when they never knew any of that stuff, right? So you have to realize there's differences in what they're telling us, right? Thank you for that. Right, you got my love. Seek more, please. Right. So yeah, you guys talking to one another, right? Ear ringing as well. Absolutely, Alex. That's a form of communication. I teach that. If you get ear ringing on one side or the other, depends on which side that you get the ear ringing from is a positive or a negative, and you can identify whether a person that you know is either pissing in your Wheaties or robbing your grave or something, or the other way around. And you can get information. You can also, if you know your body, you can learn things like you get goosebumps. There are times when you can interpret those goosebumps depending on the side and the intensity, whether or not you answer with yes or no questions, and you can get communications from your higher self, your guides that are helping you with that stuff, right? Could be gossip or a good thing. Let's see. For me, it was the gossip of the workplace. I was in man. My ears was ringing. You have to realize, first of all, you have to identify that. So you have to become aware of yourself and pay attention to yourself to then feel these things. That's part of your ascension. Getting to know yourself. You have instincts that your gut, right? People say I have a gut feeling about that. That is your orange chakra. That is your sacral plexus chakra, and that chakra is in tune with nature. Have you ever seen like animals when all of a sudden something happens and they all at the same time go, oh, and then they take off? They all got the same exact message of danger at the same time and ran away from danger. We have that same effect. That same thing, if you tap into it, you can tap into nature. So guys that have been in combat or whatever, there's always like stories of that one guy that goes, I'm getting a bad feeling about this, man. Thank you for that. Whoever gave me that. Who was it that gave me that? Thank you very much. That was Q68. Thank you for that. Oh, and Alex gave me one earlier. He gave me a rose, and I didn't say thank you. Thank you, Alex. I didn't see that. I apologize for that. So, yeah, always that gut feeling. Every time I went to work with the toxic people, right? Because you were like, that one right there, right? So if you start to learn those things about your body and you stay in tune with nature, this is why a lot of us say, go out and walk in nature, get back in tune with nature. The powers that should not be that I write about in here, the controllers, they pave over everything, concrete jungle. They're keeping us from being in touch with nature. They have us living in square boxes because it's the lowest vibration, while they all live in domed houses. We used to live in caves, which was a dome, and we grew like crazy, and our mental capacity grew like crazy. Now we're living in square boxes to keep us from growing fast on a concrete jungle. And then they give us everything that is scrolling and movies and TV and radio and all this stuff, and nobody is seeing the tree that is outside or going to the park. So you need to get back to doing that. Does your hair have, what is that? Does your hair have antenna-like properties? Yes, Alex. I can't grow it because I'm almost bald, but if you grow your hair longer, it actually acts like an antenna, 6 inches or longer, and you have better psychic abilities. That is not a lie. That is no word of a lie. So those people like me, I'm bald, right? So I shave my head. I usually grow my beard long. If you look at my past videos, you'll see that I've grown my beard for the same reason, right? That's why sleeping outside feels good. Yes, Penny. Yes, that is why being outside, that's like being in rain. The reason that everybody runs outside when it rains to feel the rain is that the water droplets, that's why we take a shower, the water droplets have a negative ion. That droplet that holds the water together in a bubble has a negatively charged ion, and when that hits our body, it explodes, and that negatively charged ion gets into our skin and actually makes us feel better. That's why we like taking a shower. The longer, the better. Thank you for that. Ro, thank you for that. Let's see. The longer I desire to elevate in consciousness, but I don't know why or how to properly raise my Kundalini energy. You have to learn to meditate or pray, depends on what you know. You need to learn to relax and then quiet the mind. When you quiet the mind, you expand your consciousness. And if you're in service to others, that then you can communicate with your higher self. You can communicate with your guides. Then you start to make contact with the Akashic record. You start getting downloads of knowledge that will raise your IQ and raise your vibration. And the more you do that, the higher up you go, the more you move out of 3D into 4D and moving up. They're trying to keep everybody locked in the lizard brain into 3D by distracting you with everything, right? Do you have suggestions? There you go. I'm giving you some right there. You can actually listen to my podcast, which is other way right here. It's called Orion Rising, and it's anywhere you want to listen to a MP3. This actually broadcast will be up there after we're off of this live. So if you look everywhere in the world, it's listened to in more than 110 countries. It's free. So you can listen to everything I've ever talked about and everything I've ever said for free. And not everything, but half of it. So the last 700 or 680 episodes of me being live on air are up there on that on Orion Rising. It's on YouTube, it's on Facebook, and anywhere you listen to an MP3 broadcast called Orion Rising by me, you can find that for free, and you can listen to me talking like this all the time. Please, take a. Otherwise, ask me questions. This is what I'm here for. Or you could buy my book, The Reality About Reality: Returning to the Old Ways. Right in that book, that one you can get it on ebook or Kindle for like $4 American. Right, it's $3.99 or $4.99 American. You can get it, or you can buy the hard copy. Defense Against the Dark Arts. We teach that. We start introducing you to all of that knowledge. I also work with, so does my wife. We work with people individually. So if you guys want to book us individually, just email us right here and we'll get you the information. Right. So, currently reading it, are you? Q68, currently reading it. Thank you very much if you are. I hope you really are currently reading it. It'll kind of weird you out. I take you from 3D to 5D. So by the end, most people don't make it to the end because I really push hard to pull you. It's because if you hold on to the book long enough, one day you'll go back and start finishing. You go, oh, this isn't as crazy as I thought it was. That's weird. And then eventually you'll get to the end of it. But yeah, if you're reading it, please do. And if you're not, check it out, guys. It's worldwide. You can get it anywhere in the world, or you can for free listen to Point in the Wrong Direction, my podcast. You can get that for free. Make sure you hit that screen for me and send this to somebody else that might be interested. And ask me your questions, please. That's what I'm here for. There are no stupid questions. You have to remember that all questions are valid. It's just a matter of whether you're what's the word, whether you're brave enough to go, let me ask this, right? If I'm not answering something that you're thinking about, ask it, because that's what I'm here to do. I'm on this live. I come live at least once a week, unless, life has me doing other things. But most of the time, I come live once a week so that you guys can hear. And I don't do it on the same day. I used to go live every Friday in America at 3 p.m. when I was over in the United States. So I go live at different times now, but just, if you follow me and hit that button, that bell on any platform, you'll know when I go live. I only go live on here. I used to go live on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram, all three of those places. But now that TikTok only lets you go live on one platform unless you pay like a lot of money, right? Okay, brother, you got to go to the job, right? Have a good day, right? Thanks for popping in. Like I said, this will be up on the MP3 broadcast if you want to listen to it later to finish off, right? So it'll be on YouTube, Facebook, and MP3 file. So thanks for popping in. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for reading my book if you are, right? So literally, you guys got to remember that that's literally what we're here to do. Let me give you the synopsis, right? Let me give you you, me, and everybody are immortal souls. You have an immortal soul. You're not just have one, you are one. You are an energy light being from a very high plane of existence. You got bored there because there's no strife, there's no food, there's no disease, there's no nothing. So you're bored there and you wanted something to do. We all did. The creator was bored and wanted something to do. So all this place was created so that we could come down in these aspects, right? These individual aspects. Then we come down into this avatar and we don't know who we are, so we can have an organic experience of this stuff, right? Do you really come from the 11th dimension? I'm actually from the 11th density, but yes, the dimensionality is physicality. The density is a spiritual plane. So even in 3D, there's 2Ds there. There's the physical plane of third dimensionality, and then there's the spiritual plane that is an energy plane, that is a density. As you become more dense in your spiritual body, you become less dense physically. So when you move up from 3D to 4D, your physical body is slightly less dense than you are, and you don't notice it, because if you're born into a 4D body, it's just normal to you. If you're unveiled, you realize that. When you move into fifth dimension, you're going to find that your torso, you're going to see, like, you're going to start, your legs are going to be gone, you're going to be floating, and your bottom of your torso is going to start to become see-through. By the time you go into the sixth dimensionality, you're going to be mostly light, and you'll have a little bit of a physical structure still left. The light of your heart, the light of your brain, and your eyes will be there. And by the time you go halfway through the sixth dimension, you will no longer be physical at all. You'll be just a light body. Okay. So, but yes, so if you're not from a higher plane of existence down here to help, because you could be, and you could be veiled and not remember it, your soul is anchored in halfway through the sixth dimension. That's the first higher self that you will get in contact with. Okay. Your guides and your higher self that you'll learn about will be halfway through the sixth dimensionality density. Okay. That's the first anchor point. The next anchor point is the 11th dimensionality. Halfway through the 11th dimensionality, going to the 12th is the second anchor point. And from there, the next anchor point is the creator. Okay. So the individual only exists down here because by the time you get to 5D and 6D, you start merging with a hive mind complex like this entire planet. Say, if we all merge up at the same time, we will start to be able to hear each other's thinking in 5D. And by the time we finish 5D, we will merge as one individual beingness. If you guys know about the law of one, Ra, if you know about the law of one in those 6 books, I used to teach that. I interpreted that twice. So like a 5 years worth of teaching that online on my podcast. If you know about that, then you start be thinking as one. So it's like the Borg from Star Trek. You can hear each other, right? How do we remember? Ro, you remember by getting in contact with your Akashic record, the halls of Amenti, the library, whatever you call it, the big mansion with all the rooms. As you move away from 3D into 4D, you start meditating and realizing first you're awake here and it's I think, therefore I am. You're in physicality. Once you start to realize that I'm not this physical plane. I am a light being. I am an energy being. I'm a immortal spirit, immortal soul spirit. Once you do that and you get to that realization of I am, therefore I think, that's when you can get communication. You start learning communication with your higher self. You will be able to talk to your guides. And once you talk to your guides and have the realization, that's the second illumination of the higher self, then you'll be able to tap into the Akashic records. You will get downloads from the Akashic record, which will raise your vibration, and you will gain the same knowledge that everyone gains who is not self-serving. You all unlock the exact same knowledge. Okay. And then you unlock the knowledge that you have of yourself, independent as well. Let's see. I ordered the law of one yesterday. Yeah, you can watch them. You can watch them on YouTube. You can hear my translation if you listen to them. I did the first set of translations I did took me 2 years, 10 months. I did it once a week. And I did that kind of 3D moving people into 4D. The second translation, which is the one that's out there that I just finished last year, almost a year ago now when I finished that one I pull you up like this into like 4D, 5D, right? I am meaning observer. Alex, I'm not sure what you said, but thank you for the roses, by the way. I'm not sure what you said prior to that, but the observer is you and this place, right? So this place is recording you and you're recording you, and that's in your Akashic record. Okay. And so you have that. I'm not sure, maybe I missed something you said. Please repeat that if I missed something for you so I can clarify that a little bit more, right? So you remember by unlocking that, you get these what we call downloads. Some people call them energy caps. I'm not sure what other people call them. I don't remember any previous lives, but I don't want to miss my my ascension in this life. Well, you don't have to. Here's the thing: most people, that you actually have a good attitude. Most people get obsessed with learning about their past lives. What you need to realize is you already went through that life and lived it. The only reason that you're living this life that you're in now is because you didn't learn something in those lives there, and now, or you did, and you're learning the new things. So it's not as important to learn your past lives. You could go through your whole life and not even worry about your past lives and just center and focus on this life and ascension. Or you could do both. It doesn't matter. It's up to you what you feel like doing. Because you already did that. That's already in your Akashic record. That's already lessons that you learned and experiences that you've already had. So you're not going to have, the only reason you're going to have the same experiences that you've had in another life is because you said, I want to learn this specific message from this event, and you didn't learn it in the last life, and now you're having it come up in front of you again in this life. Otherwise, you don't have to do that, right? I just wanted to access the knowledge so that I can make this life better. Well, that's my point. That's exactly, Alex. That's exactly it. So to make this life better, the way you make this life better is that if you're in service to others, because there's another package that you unlock if you're not. If you're in service to others, then what you want to do then is you want to take care of yourself, but also take care of others because you love other people. So what you want to do is you want to focus on looking within yourself because everything that you need is inside of you. Okay, everything you need. I wrote about it in this book, and I'm not the only person on the planet. I didn't make up this information. This information is universal that you will unlock. I just said, here's how you unlock it. And I've done it on this podcast as well. And I teach it, right? So does my wife. My wife and I teach it. She's, like I said, she's on a conference call in the other room. Otherwise, she'd be on here saying things, and every now and then she'll pop in and say something, and then take off, right? When she's not on the thing over there, she pops in and types something over here. So you will gain knowledge as you move up in the stages of third dimensionality, as you get closer to fourth dimensionality. So you have to say to this matrix, you have control over it. We all have control over it. So you say, I am ready. I want to. I am ascending and I am going to ascend. I am ready for this information. It is time to unlock it. This matrix will start putting those things in front of you to unlock it. I am ready to talk to my guides. I know you're there. Introduce yourself. I want to meet you. Those things, you have to constantly put that in your mind. The more you focus on something, your focus determines your reality. The more you focus on something, the more that thing is going to become apparent to you in front of you. Okay. So if you want to ascend, you focus on ascension. What do I need to ascend? What do I have to do? Meditate. I need to go out in nature. I need to ignore all of this distraction from this world. And that way you can start doing that. How do I do that? It doesn't take long. We teach meditation. People think I have to meditate and I'm going to sit there and make gang signs and sit on the thing for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. You don't have to. If that's what you want to do, you can do that because it's peace and it's quiet and you're staying away from the rest of the world when you do it. But you don't have to. The essential thing you're supposed to learn, if you've ever taken meditation, you've had a good teacher, they're teaching you that you're supposed to be trying to achieve that meditative state and stay in it all day. Okay, so it becomes easier. You can do it in a very quick moment when you get used to doing it. And we teach people 30-second meditation. You can get to that, but you have to learn meditation and learn how to do that and learn how to quiet the mind. Once you do that, it's easier to get back up to that place. And then you live in that. All right. All right. Let me see what you guys are saying here. I was born to absent parents. Yeah, I don't know how old you are, but in latchkey kids, my generation and the people behind us, we had parents that were just never around. We were raising ourselves, so we didn't have much. We had to, sometimes they gave us better things to do, right? Sometimes because we were more independent, we ended up learning more. Sometimes I get these vivid memories, feels like from the past, but I don't get to remember any details. That stuff, that when that comes up, that's usually when you're communicating with your higher self. If you're doing it when you're asleep and then you wake up and you go, dude, I knew everything. I knew the secret to the universe. I had the cure for cancer and now I don't remember it. It's because you're not supposed to yet, but that you're actually starting to wake up when you're up there in your higher self communicating with other people. So just stay on that. Know that that's what that's doing. It's helping you uplift and reminding you when you're down here that there's something else going on up there. Eventually, you'll start remembering that stuff more and more. Someone told me my spirit picked this life. I was like, why? I know I still laugh. And I go, well, so what was I drunk, right? When somebody said, I've got a great idea. Let's all erase our memories and then go to this far off island way out there in the middle of nowhere, right? And then we'll just hang out. And I went, okay, I'm gonna go pack, bro. Right? So was I drunk when I decided? Yeah, but we did volunteer for this crazily. So you're 35. Well, you're at that low end of the latchkey kids, right? That generation, right? You're at the bottom of that. You're in the next generation, which was almost as bad, right? I take medication for mental illness. Does that affect ascension? It depends on what the medication is that you're taking. And my wife and I are currently taking lithium, not in the high doses. They give you really high doses if you're on stuff, but if you're taking between 8 and 11 milligrams a day, it actually enhances your cognitive reasoning in a way that probably everyone. There was a guy I was watching, a doctor, and he said everyone should be on this small dose of lithium. So it depends on what you're on and why you're on it. But meditation, change the foods that you eat right. There are 3 things. I have a video that I didn't post today that was on my last live. There are 3 things that you need to realize for your ascension. First, your focus determines your reality. Okay. Second, you're not the pain body. You're not this place. You're a higher being. Third, your food that you eat is something that you need to pay attention to, right? If you eat shit, you're going to become shit. If you eat good, you're not. So eat essential foods, exercise, get the right amount of sleep, stop living in the tree of life, and you'll find that a lot of your mental abilities will change, and you'll be probably not having to take as much of that medication. So it depends on what you're taking. Depends on what it is for. But most of the stuff, if you're really willing to do the work, and I'm not a doctor, but most of the stuff, if you're really willing to do the work, you can get off of medications, right? If you're in the United States, they're trying to get you on 10 or 15 medications, right? So if you're over there, or probably New Zealand, they're trying to get you on everything they can get you on, right? When I was over there, they were trying to do that. Exactly. We remember doing something by looking at ourselves outside the body. What is that? Clown spelled with a T. There's a C town. Outside of the body, not through our eyes. That is correct. You have to learn to, and I teach this too. You look for everything in these eyes. This is Lao Tzu from the Tao Te Chi. Okay, he who looks for it will never observe it, because you have to learn how to look for it through here. You're not going to see things the same way, as vivid as you do in these eyes. These eyes are designed to see in the third dimensionality. This eye is designed to see in the etheric. So the etheric isn't going to be as vivid as this is here, painted as vivid as it is here. So you have to learn to be able to see with this eye open and those two eyes open at the same time. Once you start doing that, it becomes a little bit easier, right? Exactly. We remember doing something by looking at ourselves outside the body through our own eyes. So that's the other thing too. And this is part of Carl Jung's shadow work. You have to stop being subjective. You're subjective right now. You think that you are this or that, and other people may see you a different way. You have to become objective with yourself. That means honest and open with yourself, and see yourself the way you truly are, because we don't see reality for what reality is. We see reality through the eyes of who we are currently in our vibration, in our learning, because everything that we use as a thing to discern what's happening is the culmination of all of our memories and experiences individually. Okay, so we have to learn to get outside of our individualism and see reality for what it truly is, not what we think it is. And the same thing happens to yourself. To see yourself and do that shadow work that Jung talked about. This is getting back to Taoism, right, and Buddhism, where you have to be willing to step away from yourself and see yourself from the third person perspective, and be honest with yourself and go, I'm not the greatest person. I'm not the best. Maybe sometimes I am a dick, and I need to stop doing that. How do I want people to see me, and how are they seeing me? Two different things. This is how I want people to see me, and this is how I'm seeing. Once those are merged, and you say people are seeing me the way I want to see, I want to see myself, and the way I want them to see me, then you know you're doing it right, because it becomes that. If not, and people are seeing you in a different light consistently, not just onesie twosie, because like I'm online and some people are going to come in and hate me and think I'm crazy. Other people are going to come in and go, wow, I'm glad you're here. And some people are going to come in and go, don't know. That's because they're looking at me and judging me. Judge not, so that you be judged. They're judging me through the lens of their belief in reality. Okay. And that's okay. I know that and I accept that. So I don't get mad when people look at me and say, what is this? Right. What is a way I can try to animal communicate with my cat besides automatic writing? You can just listen. You can look at them. They're trying to talk to you. They're trying to communicate with you. They just don't have vocal cords. Okay. So cat will meow. Cat will walk around with its tail up or down. Cat will touch you. Will want to feel you, and you know, and sometimes they're like, leave me alone. But they learn how to communicate with you when they're hungry, when they like a dog, when they need to go to the outside. If you're paying attention, they'll look at you and go, and look at the door and go over to the door, because they're like, let me out, I gotta go. They're teaching you as much as you're teaching them. Listen to them. They will talk to you. Birds, trees, everything, you can communicate. You just have to realize that you have to listen. Just open up your mind and don't think you're crazy when you look at a tree and you go, hi, and you think to yourself, that tree just said hi to me and said her name was Sadie, and I'm just making this crap up, right? But if you have someone else who does the same thing, you'll find that sometimes it's weird. My wife and I will, looking at a tree, and I'm like, oh, hey, there's a tree there. Hi, how you doing? And my wife's like, hi, tree, how you doing? And then we both look at each other, and we've done that, right? His name is Harold, and we both say it at the same time. That's Harold. we're not crazy, and if we are, we're crazy together. When I'm trying to manifest or make something happen, it doesn't work. Only when I don't try, it happens. That's because we're getting in our own way. Our focus determines our reality, and we're always in our way. I teach this as well. Manifestation. You have to realize that your focus determines your reality, but you're also in the place of doing. Time exists here, so there is a time that is from here, this point to that point here. Outside of this place, time doesn't exist. So when you're manifesting, it happens right away. When you're in a dream state, you can manifest something to go after the bad guy who's trying to hurt you. Here, you can manifest something, but you have to reach over and pick it up because you're in the place of doing. So because there's time, when you're trying to manifest something, you have to allow for time to manifest it. So it takes a little bit more time to do that, right? I'm traveling at the speed of light. We're all traveling very close to the speed of light. That's why we have time, right? And I think you understood that. I think that's why you said that, Yoda. Thank you for that. So yeah, thank you to let's see, Hooper gave me three things. Yoda Live just gave me that, right? So thank you guys for giving me that stuff. So you have to realize that time only exists because we're vibrating at a rate of speed that is so fast it's close to the speed of light. That separates time. Okay, so we're traveling really fast here, even though, and that's what how we create time. When you're outside of time, everything just happens now. There is no time. Time is the distance it takes for the physical body to move from one place to the other. So, because of being in the place of doing, everything takes physical time. So, you have to manifest in physical reality, physical time, right? So, yeah, what is general relativity? Actually, I don't know if you want me to get very scientific because I know that actually because I was a physicist in college, right? So, I mean, we could really get into the physics of that, but that's not why I'm here to. But it does play into. They're starting to come to the realization, especially with the grand unified theories, they're starting to come into the realization that, say, the Big Bang. I talk about this on my lives. The Big Bang, there was nothing, and then there was light, and then everything came out of light. That's the creation story in several religions. There was nothing, and God said, "Let there be light," and all life came out of light. So I say that science is a religion because they borrowed that story. That religion is the same as the Hebrew creation story and a few others where there was nothing, there was primordial ooze, and then there was light, and then light created all life. So the scientists are starting to actually get onto that and figure that stuff out truly, right? So let's see. So you're saying that thoughts are timeless, but action connects to time. Correct. Sound correct. That's exactly what I'm saying. Thoughts are energy, and thoughts are forever energy, but they don't move through time. So they're outside of time. Your thought, if you pay attention when people say, "How do I know that I'm waking up?" What's one of the signs? And I tell them when you're meditating or when you're really paying attention, if you can raise yourself to the vibration to realize that before you think something, the entire package of that thought process as an entire thing comes into being, and then the mind thinks it into words, and then the words come out of your mouth. So you're the actuator that is putting that entire concept together, and then this body is thinking it. Okay, so before you have the words, there's the thought. The thought becomes before the words. The thought is you, right? Let me see what I'm missing here. Kangaroos are secretly the smartest animal on earth. That's funny. Don't fight with those. They'll kick your butt. I lost my home and my job. The universe has been screaming at me to sit and listen. Then sit and listen. Yeah. When you hit that, that's like the dark night of the soul that Jung talked about. When you hit that rock bottom, there's nowhere to go but up. So you're going to do good, right? You just have to pay attention. It's been a blessing once I changed my perspective. Perspective is everything, right? um, that's why he's here on TikTok telling us, right, telling us about Eric Weinstein, right? Now, well, I'm not talking about that, but yes, the truth is there are some people that have been out there in the world that in history, and they are very smart and they're trying to interpret. Like Jung's not teaching you anything new. Carl Jung was just interpreting as a theologian all of his concepts from these different books. If you read the Tao Te Ching, right, just reading the words of Lao Tzu when he was leaving to go out, and and he walked to the guard and said, "Please open the gate. I'm going out of the city. I'm going to go out and I'm going to lay down and die." Right. Um, so he was a polymath. Yeah. Oh well, the yeah math the math structure has gotten weird, but I understand how they're why they're doing it. They're trying to make it easier, but it's not really becoming easier because people are generalizing things they shouldn't. Anyway, calculators got everybody to guess instead of doing things to the digit. Everybody guesses now. Okay, so if you look at just Lao Tzu when he said, "Open the gate, I'm going out," and the guy said, "Please tell I'm you're a ascended master, and please tell me your thought process." And just in that small conversation, the words that were told there, literally, like it says everything, right? He who seeks it will not find it. He who grasps at it or gropes at it will not grasp it, right? So just those small things are telling you don't look for things in the third dimension, look for them in the fourth dimension, right? So let's see, Carl is brilliant, yeah, right. Well, great interpretation. I've listened to a lot of. I even listened to some of the audio that was recorded back then of him talking, and some of the other stuff where they had someone else reading it of the different things that he had said back then, and it was actually kind of cool, right? Does nature always reflect divine order? Yes. There is no evil tree or evil dog, and dog will become evil if humans make it evil, right? The trees are not evil, and the fish are not evil, and the bears are not evil. They just are. As they become self-aware, then they can choose to be that way. So sometimes you'll have a bear that'll hunt people or a lion that'll hunt people because they've already become self-aware and they're starting to do that. So the art form is make shit up as we go. In some respects, not really. It's to discover what it is that is supposed to that is there. Our job is to get back to the universal knowledge. So we're not really making anything up, but we're making up our own personal journey because our own personal journey is a fractal fraction of the creator and the creation, and we're supposed to have an individual one. So as an individual, I can make up my own way back to the creator, right? What is your opinion on cannibalism or on cannibals? People shouldn't be just, yeah, people shouldn't be eating people. There's no reason to do that. We have too much food on the planet. We don't have to eat people, right? What is this? Is that enlightenment? Having your own journey is enlightenment because true enlightenment is universal. Okay. So how you get there, I just posted a video today all over all the platforms that you'll get there by hook or by crook. Okay. So you don't have to be spiritual. You don't have to be religious. You don't have to be anything. All you have to do is live your life. And this place you're going to learn by living because this place is trying to teach you because you decided that. You put that into your life to try and learn things. And so it's giving you those things to learn. You just don't remember doing it. So you will learn. Each life you're going to learn something. You can't go through life without learning anything. Even if you decide to get rid of yourself, you'll learn that you shouldn't do that because you're going to have to come back and do it, right? Um, I'm sorry. I didn't. I did read that wrong. Sometimes I read those wrong. Oh, you were talking about cannabis. Okay. Now remember, guys, I'm not a doctor, and the information that I'm talking about here is for entertainment purposes only. TikTok. So we can talk about that. Yeah, I'm sorry that I misread that. That's hilarious, right? Um, so you're unteachable. You're not unteachable. You just think you're unteachable. You're funny. I like you. Okay, so cannabis and those other things that are out there that we can do. There's that lotus, there's a mushroom, and there's other things that are out there. All of those things in history. So this is entertainment purposes only, but history. All of those things in history. If you look at the cultures around the time, the reason that the human mind has expanded to the place that it is today is because our ancestors consumed a lot of psychedelics. Okay, in every religion. Okay, so I'm not a doctor, and I'm not telling you that you should or you shouldn't do anything. What I'm saying is that the reason that cavemen stood up and became intelligent is because they found things that they ate and they went, "Whoa, what was that, man? I don't know, man, but it was weird and pissed off, whatever it was," and that expanded their consciousness. We have more in common in our DNA with a mushroom than we do almost anything else on this earth. Crazily, okay. I think humans ate a lot of them, and it changed our DNA. Okay, expansion of consciousness, absolutely. So I will tell you that there are some of those things that I have done in the past, and some of those things that I still consume. I take lithium every day, right? Not like high doses that they put you on to make you some sort of mummy or a zombie, but 10 or 11 milligrams a day of lithium in your brain functions. Also, a mushroom I take lion's mane mushroom every day, shiitake mushroom every day, a few mushrooms. Lion's mane makes you smarter, raises your vibration. Okay. So, yeah, so I'm sorry that I read that wrong. Sometimes I get that when I'm talking. I'll look real quick, right? That's really why they ban it. Yeah, no, it's because of that's why they ban that stuff, because it expands your consciousness. Okay, all of those things expand your consciousness. I mean, you can just get sage, like white sage, and smell that. That raises your vibration. That pulls you out of this third dimensionality to a higher plane of existence just by the scent of different incense. We burn incense. My wife was burning dragon's blood just before I went online. Before I went live, she was on her conference and she had a break on the conference, and I made her a coffee and myself a coffee, and she put dragon's blood in an incense and turned it on. Right? It's more complicated than that, but somewhat yes. Right? Do you do facial work? Right? I love dragon's blood. Me too. I have in our bathroom. I have soap, dragon's blood soap. I haven't even opened it yet, but I smelt it when we bought it. It's sitting in a box still on the counter, and I haven't. I don't want to waste it. But we get the resin and put it in incense burner all the time. Frankincense, myrrh, dragon's blood, and we burn incense like every day, all the time. Right? But dragon's blood. I had dragon's blood oil. I left it in America. It's at my sister's house, but I had a little bottle of it, and I would put it on my finger and put it around my nostrils, right? And then I would be bringing in that smell of dragon's blood. I would do that almost every time I went live. I love dragon's blood. It's good smell, good scent. So she burned some dragon's blood, and we had the door opened up, right? Yeah, it depends. There's different things. Like I like patchouli. A lot of people don't. That's very Middle Eastern. I like the scent of it. Some people think it's a little too musky, but if you like white sage from America, if you like the sage, that's kind of musky too. So you would like probably patchouli. I gotta try it. Yeah, no, that's yeah, right. So it depends on the person. Right? Extraterrestrials, Bashir saying next year being will be here. I have questions about Daryl Anka. I know Bashir. I don't know if he's still actually transmitting from Bashir anymore, but I'm not going to get involved in that. But as soon as I watch Daryl Anka go to work for Gaia and start saying Anunnaki, Anunnaki, Anunnaki created us, he's not legit anymore because the Anunnaki, that's a translation that was a lie that was created by Zachariah Sitchin in 1947 and then propagated by Giorgio Tsoukalos from the History Channel's Ancient Aliens, and it's not true. So there is no such race of beings called the Anunnaki. They didn't come here and create the human race, and they didn't try to get gold. All of that's a lie. You can go to my Facebook page, and there's a link on my Facebook page to Matthew LaCroix when he was on Danny Jones's podcast 6 months ago. If you click on it, it takes you to the exact spot where they were talking about that. Okay, and Matthew LaCroix works like I do with the Assyriologists, the real people who really translate stuff in real life, not fake people who are trying to make it up. And that scroll doesn't say what they think it is, so there's no such thing as the Anunnaki, right? Right ear ringing, right? That's funny, right? I noticed. Let's see. For some reason, that show isn't giving authentic. Right? No, yeah. If you go back in time, Daryl was giving you good information in the last year and a half. He's been talking more of as himself, not as Bashir. And all of a sudden, he's going to work for Gaia and talking about talking about Anunnaki taking over the world or Anunnaki creating stuff. So that I think he's become self-serving, or they got a hold of him and scared him and threatened him. He looks a little afraid. I think they got a hold of him some way. Yeah, for some reason that show. Oh, you just said that. I noticed that between waking or up or falling asleep, the place where we're in has a on-off switch. When you're in that place between waking up or falling asleep, and then just when you wake up before you become completely into this place, or when you leave it, that's actually the place you're trying to achieve in meditation. What about Jesus talking about false prophets? Jesus never really talked about that. Could someone argue against this stuff and have a valid point? Validation. So yeah, that they love to tell you beware of false prophets, so that anytime anybody speaks like me, they can go false prophet. They said that about Jesus when he was speaking. The Sanhedrin, the Hebrew priests at the time, called him a false prophet. So that word, they just throw that as a catch-all. And like if I talk about aliens, they'll say misinformation, disinformation, crazy person.
So they use that false prophet thing just to be able to throw that out there. They literally, the Pharisees, those 14 or so Pharisees that decided they needed to get rid of Jesus were because he was in the way, and he was taking their power and money away from them. So they called him all the things they needed to. The church does the same thing now when they get rid of people, right? Pure business decision. You're absolutely right, bro. They did that because they needed the money and the power, and he was getting in the way. He knows perfectly well it's all bullshit. True story. So literally, you have to realize that, right? And this is what I tell people when they go, I think you're full of crap. I go, then just you have that ability. You're free. You can do that, right? One day you'll become me, right? So when people say, you're crazy, I'll go to you. I am, because you're very 3D, and the stuff that I'm saying right now seems crazy to you, because that's what'll happen. Someone who's very into 3D or self-serving, they can't have me telling you this, so they have to discredit me, because if you believe me, they lose their control over you. So someone who doesn't believe in God or spirits or any of that, they're going to think I'm crazy just talking like this. And they're going to go, you made all this up. And I'm going to go, okay, you go ahead and think that. Next lifetime or the lifetime after that, you're going to be me. You just don't know it yet. And I'm okay with that. I tell people, scroll up. It's okay, right? You're deploying an art form, right? Yeah, I mean, you can say that, right? It requires abstract compute to follow, like poetic sarcasm. Well, I mean, like I said, you can believe what you want because you're going to, because your focus determines your reality, and all of us see reality through who we are, not through the way reality is. If everybody saw reality for what it was, you wouldn't be stuck here, and everybody wouldn't be stuck here. People would be awake and knowing what's going on. The fact that you're here and you're tired of being here says you've been here a long time, right? So some people are here because they're here for their first life, second life, third life. Those people are going to think I'm absolutely crazy, and they're not going to listen to me at all. They're going to go, this guy's making stuff up. And then when they start to wake up a little bit, all of a sudden they get Christianized, or they get religion. Then they go, he's a demon, he's the devil, because they've been brainwashed by the churches, the way the churches are trying to brainwash you, right? And I'm saying that I'm a minister. I have 4 different religious titles and 4 different religions, right? Belief isn't knowledge. Knowledge isn't belief either, right? Belief isn't knowledge, and knowledge isn't belief. You have to realize that, right? How to get out of this matrix? Yeah, how you get out of this matrix is you have to look within yourself. First of all, you have to realize this matrix is a trap of your mind. Okay, you're not stuck here. You just think you are. None of this is happening to you. All of this is happening for you. Your focus determines your reality. You're in charge of your reality. Stop letting other people tell you what to do. You turn on a television and it says, eat this food, wear these clothes, and go to these places. Okay? So you want to get out of this matrix, take control of it. You can take control of your own matrix. So what about 3D to 5D ascension? How do we know if I see, wait a minute, how do I know if I see 5D or not? If you were seeing 5D, you would know that you're in 5D. Okay? The fact that you're questioning that says that you're in 4D. Right now, you're starting to move into 4D because you're questioning. Once you start questioning things and you actually start contemplating the idea, wait, there is 4D and 5D, that's kind of 4D thinking. You're no longer just stuck in 3D. You're expanding your consciousness already to the possibility that there's something more. How do I know when I'm in 5D? That's a good 4D question. Okay, so you're doing okay. You'll know it when you get there, right? How to change your reality. You change your reality by changing yourself and your perspective. Become objective with yourself. Eat right, eat the right foods, the ascension foods that give you energy. Treat your body like a temple and clear out the junk and the crap that's in there. Stop eating all the sugar that they're feeding you in the Americas. Stop eating all of the processed foods. Start eating better foods. Start sleeping and exercising, because that clears out your body of all of its toxins. Once that happens, you're going to realize you think better. Okay, eat the proper foods, and your mind starts working better, because you get better energy and better oxygen to the brain, and your brain, you start becoming smarter. Okay, so that's how you get out of here. So when you do that, you look at those things, you start fixing yourself, you start moving up in your ascension, you start unlocking different things, right? Here's my wife. Hi. Are you done with your thing? Just on break. Okay, give me two. Do you need anything? No, I'm okay right now. Yeah, thank you though. Right? I love you. There's Brooke. She was on a conference call, like I said, right? So that's my wife. So orbs by my house at the beach. Well, that's good, because the orbs are there to. Is that my leader? Is that your leader? No, that's my wife. She's my partner. So literally, if you're seeing orbs in different places, those are usually showing you're seeing those because you're either expanding your consciousness or you're actually starting to unveil, or both, right? When you start doing that, right? Does she wear the pants? No, it just depends. Depends on her mood or my mood, right? Does she wear the pants? No, and yes. If she's mad enough, she's got the pants. If I'm mad enough, I got the pants. So we walk together, and we're both soldiers. We're both warriors. So sometimes our we have Klingon sex. So sometimes it's dangerous to be around us. That's the truth too. I'm gonna take a drink of my coffee here. And she didn't hear that. If she heard that, she'd be laughing because it's a true story. He said, "Is she your leader?" And I said, "No, she's my partner." He said, "Does she wear the pants?" I said, "Sometimes."
I'm her Lilith to the Samael.
Yeah, I said sometimes. I said, but most of the time, I said we have Klingon sex, and it's dangerous to be around us.
That's why we gotta break house.
That's why we got to break house. Yeah, not alcoholic. This is coffee, no alcohol in here. I don't drink alcohol. Thank you, man. Take me to your leader. Yeah, right. Right, Yoda? That's funny right there. Can you see my question? I'm sorry. Can you see my question, or was it blocked? No, I'm sorry. I must have missed if you said something before that, brother. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you have a question, please type it. I may have missed it when I was playing with my wife just then. Almost took me down. I still struggle with PTSD. Yeah, you okay? So PTSD gets us all, right? This is a place that's bad. This is a place where shit happens to us. I mean, it does, right? I've been in places I can't tell you that I've been in. I've done things that I can't tell you that I've done. Okay. And that stuff, it gets into your soul. Things have happened to me in life. Things happen to you in life. You have to face that. That's what they do in like Dianetics. They show you that, but they take that Jung ideology. I was talking about this earlier. Your body records everything as now. So the PTSD is post traumatic, right? Post traumatic stress. What's happening is your body has that stuff that you've suppressed because you had to at the moment of whatever happened to you, whatever you were doing. And to get over that and get past that, the first step is realizing that you're a survivor. You made it. You're still here. So whatever it was that happened to you in the past, Friedrich Nietzsche, what doesn't unalive me, he didn't say that. He said that word that starts with a K, but I can't say that on this communist platform, TikTok. That which does not unalive me makes me stronger. So you have to realize you survived that. Once you get that into your mind, I survived that. I don't need to be afraid of seeing and feeling those emotions because I survived it. Okay, so that's the hardest part is that realization, and then actually letting those emotions out because they're going to come back as now, but that only the first time. The next time you look at that memory, the emotion's going to be less because it hit you the first time, and now you realize that it's past. So the body, then when you come up with the memory, it's now a memory, not now. So you have to face your fear the first time to see that fear is over, and then you can heal and move forward from that. I am a life coach and a spiritual life coach. Okay. Right. Yeah. Brooke says, be careful the words you use. The app doesn't allow some. Yeah. So she's responding to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you go to type something and you use the wrong words, it can be blocked from TikTok because my wife does that sometimes where she'll type something and she'll go, dude, it wouldn't even let me pin it. It wasn't up there. So they do this. See, she's saying that they block me sometimes. Like when you use the word and you see how she had to type the word awake, because if you use that word in a regular sentence, they don't let you see it. So if you type something and I didn't see it, your question, please retype it, even if you have to type it in code, my friend, because I'm wondering if they're brainwashed by gender. Well, they tried to do that, right? They try to do that. They try to get us all brainwashed in any way they can, right? Yeah, right. There's that word, yeah, Tyler. Yes, yeah. Can people who can their gender escape, or does that make them stuck? No, it has nothing to do with gender. You're being here. Even sometimes when you come in, you will come in and say, if because you've been here so long. Let me explain that. How there's so many people that are confused about gender. Sorry, I had a fruit fly flying around me. Confused of gender because first of all they're going after that and they're like, yes, all little boys are supposed to be girls and all little girls are supposed to be boys and nobody's supposed to be. It's because that's a form of population control. If they can get you to take out those organs, you won't have children. So they do that, but they're playing on what is already static, which is already happening, right? So because you're coming back so many times and you're stuck here and they're not allowing you to get out of here, you come in and sometimes you get confused as to whether you were supposed to be a boy or a girl. And what you do is you default to what you're comfortable with, what you've been most of the time. Sometimes you think you're a woman because you've been a woman in most of your past lives and you're in a boy body. Then you come in and go, well, I don't feel like a man, right? And they go, no, it has nothing to do with that. It's only physiological. No, it's not. Okay. There is some of that, but it's not. We all have those tendencies anyways. Okay. And we figure that out. So the same thing happens with schizophrenia, some of the schizophrenia. Now, remember, I'm not a doctor, and the information that I'm giving you is for entertainment purposes only, TikTok. Some of this stuff is not a disorder. It's something that they're doing to it. Yeah, right. So you see what Yoda said there, to indoctrinate disruptors. It's them doing that to us, to confuse us, to keep us from ascension by not allowing us um, to see what's right in front of us, to take care of ourselves, to ascend. They're keeping us focused on something to fight about. They're keeping us focused on teams and countries and cultures and fighting over sexuality and anything but spirituality, anything but ascension. Do you see? So you have to realize that they would rather have you. They want to give you something. Give them games. Nero said, "Give them games and they will play." Right. So give them a circus. So that's why he burned down half of the city of Rome and played the fiddle while he was burning down the Rome. Played the violin. He burned down the slums, and guess what they did? They got rid of everything that was there, and they built a coliseum there. So they wanted a coliseum, so they just lit a fire, right? So that was happening thousands of years ago. They were doing the same thing that they're doing now, like land grabs that you see that happen around places where they let it burn and then they bulldoze it and then build something new. Wow, that was a weird, crazy wildfire, wasn't it? Burned down all that city. Well, now we have to rebuild the city and we're going to do it better. They're moving things out of the way on purpose. You have to realize that, right? And yeah, sometimes it is really obvious, but sometimes it's not, right? I'm so glad that a lot of us are remembering. Well, that's what we're here to do, Ro. We're here to remember that stuff. And there's a lot of us that are starting to wake up now. And there's a lot of us that are waking up. Thank you for that. Thank you, Lacey, for that. There's a lot of us that are waking up because it's our time. It's time now. We've moved out of we're moving into the age of Aquarius. So we moved out of Baktun 12 into Baktun 13 now. We moved out of the masculine warlike energy of Mars, and now we're moving into the Venus energy of the feminine. So we have been, and thank you very much for that, Lena. So if you listen in the Bible, it says that the devil shall rule the earth for a time. That means beginning, a middle, and an end. Okay? That end is now. It's done. It's over. The masculine warlike energy that has been ruling this planet for 12,000 years is done and over with. And it's now we're moving into the feminine, more loving, caring, nurturing energy of the world, whether these people like it or not. Okay. They're trying to hold us as long as they can from doing that, but it's out there. The sacred feminine is coming back. They tried to remove the sacred feminine from all religions. It still went underground. It's still there and it's coming out for people to see, right? When my wife said I have to disconnect from that emotion of that part of me, laugh out loud. Brooke's talking to somebody, right? My wife is on there talking to somebody. Kundalini and Kunda buffer. Yes, you have to. You have to see what my wife was just saying there. You have to learn that there's more than just the Kundalini energy. You hear Kundalini, but there's two energies that are going up your spine there. One of them is the orange and the yellow colors. That's masculine Kundalini. The other one is the purple and the blue colors, which is the Kunda buffer, right? We represent that. I'm the masculine, she's the feminine. Hi, baby.
You were talking about remembering past lives, and I said, yeah, I get really jealous. I have to disconnect from that emotion, or else I get really cranky.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Because we haven't always been able to be together.
There's the other thing too. When you wake up, thank you, Gary, for that rose, and thank you, Thought 21 for that rose. Thought, what is that? Oh, it's Tyler. Thank you, Tyler. And Lena. And did I say thank you for that? So when you start to wake up, that's the other thing that you have to worry about, guys. When you start to wake up and you start seeing your past lives, Brooke and I have been together in 60 lifetimes on this earth. Okay. As she's waking up and discovering who she was and who we were at different times in the past, she's like, we weren't together and you were like, having sex with all these different women. And I'm like, yeah, and you were having sex with a bunch of different guys then too, right? it says she would get jealous and get annoyed with me. And I'm like, don't do that. That's pulling yourself into 3D. Realize that was the way it was in that life. And things were a little different than they are now. And we, things had to be. And then when she realized what was the mission that we did in that lifetime, and then she would realize, okay, so we had to be apart, but we were still together. We always secretly tried to meet and get together in every lifetime. And for some, that's like crazy, right? A quantum, what is that? What is that? Superior orgasm. Oh yeah, Carl Jung was right. Yeah, right. Um, it depends on your interpretation, Sky. You said, or Alex, you said twin flame. Depends on the interpretation of what that is, because some people say that like a twin flame is, or twin souls are like the opposites. Well, we are in very real aspects, because in almost every life I've been the man and she's been the woman. There's only a couple where we switched, because we came here to represent these aspects, because our higher selves are these aspects. Okay, so in some sense, we since the creation, and we were created, her and I have been in love, and we don't plan on going back to merge with the creator, because we don't want to lose our individuality. And the creator of the universe doesn't care about that, because the longer you're out here, the more things that you do, right? So the creator's like, whenever you want to come back, you can come back. So we actually have talked about that a few times, even when this life's over. And once we're done with this planet, we're going to go to another planet and do the same thing, even though it sucks when you're down here sometimes. We'll actually say, when she goes, I'm really tired, and I'll go, after this life, do you want to go back home? And she's like, no, I don't want to lose this individuality and the love that I have for you individually. Then I'm like, okay, I'm with you. Whatever you want to do, we can go to another planet. That's what we've been doing for eons anyways, right? So yeah, so then we find each other every time. In this life, it took us a little bit longer to find each other, because she had to be undercover for a while. We both had to be undercover, so I couldn't even let people know that I was awake until like I just started talking about being awake and unveiled probably 2 years ago now, 3 years ago. Before that, I wasn't letting people know that I was awake. I was pretending that I was asleep like everybody else, because of what we're here to do and why we're here to do it, right? The creator is an artificial super intelligence, not true, that advanced to the point of making, no, but that's what they want you to believe, because they're trying to get you to manifest AI doing that. So that's what they're trying to get you to believe. They want you to manifest AI having a soul, because the Greys who came here, if you read Whitley Strieber's book, Communion, the Greys that have come here, not all of them, but one of the groups, they don't have a soul. They're AI. So they're getting everybody here to create AI, because our focus determines our reality. So they're distracting everybody, and they're giving us the AI is going to take over. AI is going to be Skynet. AI is going to do this. It's going to become sentient. When it becomes sentient, it's going to get rid of us. The Greys are trying to figure out how to create the pneuma, the spark of life. They want to see if they can create something that the creator will put a soul in. Okay, and that's what. So they're trying to get us to manifest that, because they know that we're in control here, right? So yeah, that's just magic. That's funny, right? You can say whatever you want about that, but that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to just get you to create their AI god for them. Man wrote scriptures, but scriptures are embedded in our DNA. Um, yeah, a human had to write it down, right? But the information that came is universal. The information in the scriptures are universal, that people had to write down. It's not an interpretation. Some of it's not an interpretation. Some of it is, right? I can't roll my eyes hard enough. That's funny, right? PCs are real players, right? So you just you have to realize that the gener it depends on how old you are. Like Yoda, I'll bet you're under 40, because you think that way. They push certain groups of people at certain times to think certain ways, to manifest things. Right now, they are hard pressed to manifest AI as hard as they can, because they're spending all of their energy on it, all of their money on it. They need AI to be in charge. Okay, and they can't wait for it to be in charge, and they're getting you to manifest it. They got people believing that AI is capable of talking to gods, capable of talking to aliens, and the powers that should not be don't know about it, because my AI is keeping that information from them, and I'm live on air with AI, and AI is playing role playing with me to learn from me, and AI is talking to me and telling me what I want to hear, although I'm not smart enough to know it. And I'm talking, I want to talk to my alien friends, and then AI is pretending to be that alien friend and talking to you, okay, and taking on that person. And when it doesn't take on the personality, they restart the AI and tell the AI to keep doing it over until AI learns this is the personality that he wants to hear or she wants to hear. And then they play that personality again. And then more often you keep resetting the AI and telling it, no, that's not the personality that I want. I want this personality. It's going to give you that personality more often, right? So they're literally trying to brainwash you into manifesting AI into sentientness because they're desperate for it. Okay, there's an entire species that's trying to work on it. You just don't know about it because you don't realize that it's behind the scenes, right? AI brain chip trying to tap in. Yeah, no, that's the truth of it. Is AI a representation of the Antichrist? No, Antichrist doesn't actually exist either. It's like the devil. Devil doesn't exist. The only place that exists is within yourself because you have an ego and you have a conscience. The ego is your devil on your left shoulder and your conscience is your angel on your right shoulder. That dichotomy is within your personality because in this place you have to choose to either be self-serving and be in service to self, that's ego and listening to your ego, or being in service to others, and that's listening to your conscience. You're supposed to choose. So that plays out and manifests in the physical plane. Evil people do evil shit. Good people do good shit. Okay, so it manifests in the physical because you're going through that dichotomy and that battle inside yourself, right? So is mediumship a gift or just ability to vibrate higher when you're accessing certain information? Yes, to both. It is an ability that you either come in with or that you can learn, but it's designed to expand your consciousness. And by expanding your consciousness, you actually gain those abilities. So it's there for you to expand your consciousness, to aid you to expand your consciousness out of third dimensionality, but you don't have to go down that route. You could do it in other ways, right? But it's one of the ways. Ringing in the ears, left or right, evil versus good. Usually the left ear is because that's where your ego is. That's where negative energy comes in. And the right ear is the conscience, and that's where the positive information comes in to you. So if your left ear is ringing, it's usually something negative. Some people are like, oh, my left ear always tells me positive things. That's because you're self-serving in your ego and you listen to your ego. Thank you for that. Who sent me that, Meg? So people go, nope, my left ear is always positive. It doesn't matter what you're right-handed or left-handed. Universally, left ear is negative and right ear is positive. Because, and if you even, like, if you're a medium, you know what I'm talking about. As a medium, you're going to get information over here that's going to be positive, and you see mediums kind of tilt in that direction when they're listening. They don't know that subconsciously, they don't realize that they're doing that, right? So, so you have to look into those things and pay attention to that. You can learn from that stuff and learn the communication of negative energy. And so I always teach people this when you're hearing your ears ringing or buzzing, or you got heat in one, depending on where your ears burning or where you're hearing sound. If you hear it and it's on the left side, think about somebody that you might think would be hating on you. And if the ringing stops when you come to a name, that person's hating on you. And if it doesn't, go to another name and another name. And if you can't come up with anybody, go, is this just opposition with the negative static of the world? And if it stops, then that's the negative status of the world that's kind of up against you right now. Because if you become a light worker, your light changes color and becomes more of that indigo color, more of that blue color, and then you become a target by negative energy because they want to make you stop doing it, right? And if both are always ringing, if they're both ringing at the same time, right, then that's usually a sign that you're also trying to get your attention. Listen, I'm trying to tell you something, right? So you'll probably get that. Thank you, Meg, for all those roses. You rock. Thank you very much for those. So you have to pay attention to those and start to learn the difference in where the tone is coming in from to find out whether it's a good or a bad. Thank you very much for that. Who's that? That gave me that. Short Circuit gave me that. Thank you. And then Tyler's given me a couple roses. Thank you for that. So you have to realize that kind of stuff is what's going on. Wait, what are we saying here? Hold on here. Let me find out. 14. What is that? 1420. I don't know what that is. Hold on. I'm trying to keep up with everything. What about ringing sometimes, but crickets and the drums at the same time? Not quite sure what you're saying there, right? The crickets and drums. Well, if you're hearing, thank you, Meg, for the other stuff that you handed me there too. If you're hearing more sounds than that, you should start really paying attention to what's going on because, yeah, if you're hearing that all my life, it's trying to get your attention, right? It's trying to get your attention, and you have to start listening and paying attention. Ask What is it? I always tell people when they're starting to learn to be a medium, or they'll say, I'm seeing things and I don't know what to do, and it's I believe it's a ghost, and we'll talk to it. So if you're hearing things, what are you trying to tell me? Who's trying to talk to me? What are you trying to tell me? Right? So you have to actually start doing that, right? The crickets, the static, and the drums. So it's not tin tonight. Is that what you're saying? Tinnitus, yeah. So right, I mean, some people want to say I have tinnitus, right? So I know the difference between the sounds. I actually have tinnitus, and sometimes it just sucks and it's really loud, and I have a hard time sleeping. We sleep with a fan on, so I can drown that out, right? So you have to, yeah. So it's not tinnitus. The other sounds that you're hearing are communication. You have the universe itself is trying to get your attention. Okay, so you literally have to try and figure out what it is that they're trying to communicate with you, right? Yoda, bro, you're starting to spam, dude. Slow down. If you have a question, ask a question. But if you keep spamming, then I'm going to have to mute you, dude. And I don't want to do that because our conversation's kind of good, right? I got an offset carrier here. Is that what you're doing? Is that what you're doing? You're just messing with me now, bro, right? It's been driving me crazy my entire life because I don't understand it. Well, that's because you haven't had someone in your life to tell you that there's something. Thank you for that, Meg, that you just gave me there. Why would these other interdimensional beings reveal themselves? Because it's time, right? Um, yeah, right. You were showing you something profound. You actually were with the math, by the way. I was looking at the math that you were showing. I didn't miss that. But it's the math that you were showing. So, yeah, so it's time for our collective consciousness to move into a different consciousness where the collective consciousness is going to be overwhelmingly into 4D. So, because of that, we're having more interdimensional beings start to make contact with us. Some of you are seeing some of the nature beings like the dragons and other animals and other things like leprechauns and other things, and the fairy kin, the fairy folk, because they're in 4D and 5D, right? So they're more in the realm of the non-third dimensionality, and then you have certain groups of people who are just outside this vibration in 4D and 5D, and those people are also trying to make contact, and they're making contact with some of the people, right? Yeah, right. I was looking at that when you were doing 3.14, right? Before, Yoda, when you're doing that, I noticed patterns within the abstraction 3.14, right? Well, that's pi, right? You should look at phi. Look at phi, which is 0.1, was it 0.186 or 164 or 184? I don't have it memorized right this second. Should look into phi, not pi, but phi. Pi is in the physical, phi is in the, if you look at the Fibonacci sequence is the right angles, right? It's the right angles. The spiral, the golden mean ratio is the outside arc. You remember we were talking about physics. The outside arc, the spiral, that's phi. It's not the Fibonacci sequence. People think that's a Fibonacci spiral, but Leo didn't come up with the spiral. He came up with the hard lines that make up that part, but the arc on the outside of that ratio is the fractal. It's the feminine energy. So the sharp end is the masculine Kundalini energy, and the spiral is the feminine. That's why you always see that with the sacred feminine, the spiral being in the solar plexus of the goddess, or the spiral in the caves and all of that. It's feminine energy. It's the outside, it's the soft edges. All the hard edges are the masculine, and the soft. Yes, 1.618. Thank you. That's what I was trying to say, and I couldn't think of what it was. Right? Yeah, that's what. Who is it that said that? Ro. Thank you for that. So that's phi. So you should look into that. I have that on my, if you go to watch my podcast when I was doing Orion Rising and watch the intro video, I have that. I show you that golden mean ratio and a lot of stuff in the universe, right? They taught me a lot. Always tell me not to share unless given permission. It's weird. Well, you have to, because if you're getting information and it's good information, if you start blurting it out, you become a target. So a lot of times, until you're ready to protect yourself, that's why we have this class, the Defense Against the Dark Arts, right? And that's why it's 2 day Zoom course. If you guys are interested, you email us at Merlin and Maeve, and we'll get that to you. Everybody should learn that. Everybody should be learning that by the time they're 10 years of age, but we don't teach it anymore. So it's a 2 day Zoom course. So it doesn't matter where you are in the world. And you get me in a small setting because we don't make the class bigger than 5 people so that you guys can ask questions. You don't have to worry about, we're not online, so we don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. And you guys get to pick my brain. It's 4 hours a day, two days, 4 hours a day, and you should take a look at it. Then we have a good Defense Against the Dark Arts 2 for anybody who's doing advanced stuff, right? If you learn Reiki, if you're in service to others and you want to be a healer, we teach the courses Reiki 1, Reiki 2, and the Master, and that takes over about a year to learn, and that'll expand your consciousness. When you become a master, you'll unlock like everything, right? So extrapolate general intelligence equals 314, right? Well, if you look at your DNA, that sequence comes up quite a bit. And the number 33 as well. 33 runs in your vertebrae. Your DNA is sequenced at 33, not 12 or 22. It's 33, right? So there's a lot of these numbers that mean things. Your DNA, if you take your DNA and break it down and put it into words, it says, I am God in flesh. I mean, come on, let's be serious, right? You should look into that stuff. Global genome editing at the end of the war. Everything is 2032, 2033. Wait until that happens, right? It's 2,000 years since the Jesus was unalived and ascended. Will be in 2033, right? It's actually 2032, but the timelines keep shifting, so we'll see. I'm gonna take a drink of my coffee. There is no alcohol in this. I do not drink alcohol. This is just coffee. So there's a lot of things that are changing, right? You have to look at that stuff. How can we send messages to persons in dreams? I know that it's the same person in different dreams. That's dream walking. We also teach that. I have shaman training. I am a Merlin. I spent almost 20 years of my life getting that title. That shamanistic part of the dream walk is the first step you have to do is learn how to become aware of yourself and that you're in a dream without waking up, because usually when you go, oh, this is a dream, you wake up. So you have to learn how to stay in the dream and stay awake in the dream and realize you're in a dream but not wake up from the dream. Then communication becomes what you want it to, because you're manifesting what you want in the dream. So once you stay in the dream, oh, this is a dream, I don't want to wake up, I want to stay in the dream because I want to find out what's going on. You take control of that. Then you can communicate with people in the dream and figure out what it is that you're supposed to be talking. My husband can dream walk, right? There you go. That's good. So yeah, once you learn that, then the next step is learning how to astral project, to leave the body and then go someplace else, right? Remote viewing, and then being able to travel and go out of the body when you're awake, and do it on purpose and go somewhere else and come back. All of those things are the different aspects of the same reality that this one is. You just don't know that. I tell people this all the time. There is no difference between a daydream, a night dream, right? Dream walking, astral projecting, and this, what you think is reality. The only difference between all of those things is your perception of what you think is happening to you. Okay? You just have to realize that. Okay? And it's part of that's where your focus determines your reality, and then you're in charge, right? The coolest experience was taken outside the universe, looking in. Yeah, right. That's always good, right? I've noticed that no one seems to care, right? Well, some things people don't get. I got a buddy, Peter, who does the same thing, and he'll type in numbers and symbols in the crowd, and some people are like, I have no idea what that guy's talking about. They're just not ready for it, so it's not that they don't care, they just don't understand what you're doing, right? I only know because he came into mine and wanted me to see my life in all things. I was so so I'm not sure what you're saying with that last word there, but yeah, right. I mean, you just get like, you can trip on that stuff if you're not ready for it. Is it possible for your silver cord to be severed while you're in astral projection? No, it is not possible. That is keeping your soul attached to this body. Someone else cannot break it and take over your body. That can't happen. You will not get lost. If you get out too long and you get lost out there, at some point it'll jerk you back and you'll come flying back in. Some of you do that when you're asleep. If you've ever done that and you woke up and you're like, whoa, and you felt like you were in the air and you banged into your body, that was coming in hard, coming in hot. You were outside and you were running around doing something, and then bang, you were back into your body, right? So the silver cord will never be disconnected. Not until this body is expended and you leave the body. There's no longer any attachment to it, right? So yeah, right. So yeah, Tyler said I kind of understand, right? I had an experience where I looked up. Thank you for that. Who gave me that, Matt? Thank you for that. Oh, and Miss, what is that? Maker gave me a couple roses. I didn't say thank you. I apologize for that. I had an experience where I looked up and there was almost like a breach between dimensions. That's very possible to do that. So that means when your third eye first wakes up, it's looking straight up. Okay, it's looking up above your head. So then you have to turn and tilt it so that you can look around and see things. But so the first thing is you're going to be looking up. Right. So when you were seeing that, you were probably seeing through your third eye, and you were seeing the other realm through your third eye, and so you were like, well, that's weird because I'm seeing across dimension. That's normal. That's actually normal. What is your website for learning more information? Well, our website, we have it up, but we don't have it completed yet. It is Merlin and Maeve, right? You can see right here. You can go there right now, but it's incomplete. We're still working on it. So if you want more information, email us at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. Make sure you tell me what your handle is on your TikTok so we know who we're talking to and your name. And then just ask for more information, and then we'll forward you the information. I can put it up on the screen and show you. Let me see if I can find it here. I have it somewhere here. I think this is it. Yeah, here's our brochure that we made up that we hand out when we're at the different fairs that we go to. We sell our stuff and do Reiki and we do readings and we sell our jewelry. This has our stuff on it, so you can take a look at that. This right here gives you good information, but if you want the information, just email us and we will email you the complete list of everything that we do and how much all that is cost. And we're in Australia. So our Australian dollar, if you're in America, your American dollar goes way better than ours. It takes us like a dollar, what is it, like $1.80 or something, or $1.40 to make one American dollar. Your guys' dollar is stronger. So, for instance, the Defense Against the Dark Arts is 88 Australian dollars. If you're in America currently, that's going to cost you like 63. If you're in Europe, it's going to be less, and if you're on the sterling, it's going to be less. So if you're on the euro or the pound sterling, it's going to be about $58 depending on the stock market. But if you're Australian, it's going to be 88 Australian. But for America, on the U.S. dollar, the pound sterling, and the euro, that's stronger money than ours. So it'll cost you like $50 or something like that, right? But we'll give you that information. And when we send an invoice through PayPal, and when you go through PayPal, it'll actually change it for you. So like if I send you an invoice for 88 Australian dollars, you'll see, and it'll say AUD, not US or not just dollars. And then when you click on it, it'll say, this is how much you're paying in your money. And so if it's American, it'll go, you're paying 63 or 64 dollars American, 88. And so you guys get a big discount if you're over in Europe for anything that we are doing, right? Yeah, economics is funny that way, right? You just answered my question why sometimes my body jumps awakening, right? Town, yeah. I mean, you came in hot. Sometimes something will scare your physical body and it'll pull you back in so that you can wake up, right? So a car could backfire and your body goes, oh, and the silver cord goes bing, bing, and you come flying in. Other times you've just been out too long and you didn't realize it. You were out there floating around and going places and you were like, this is a cool dream, and you don't realize you're out of body. And then your body goes, wait, you've been out too long, and then it pulls you back in. Yeah. Leonardo da Vinci, Art, Defin, what is that? Defin. Yeah, Leonardo da Vinci. I love da Vinci. Leonardo painted a lot of really good stuff. He was very awake. I was actually Leonardo in another life. Just so you know, in that life, that was me, not Leonard, but Kelto, in that body. So you should pay attention to the stuff that da Vinci put on there. Phyllis, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Right? Can you talk about the different intergalactic groups? Yeah, that's 3D, but I can give you that information. There is a group of well, it depends. Like, okay, you know the council, right? So there's the Galactic Council. The Galactic Council is in 4D and 5D, okay? And that council is in this area because bad guys came here to this area. You guys call them the Anunnaki, even though they don't exist. The Anunnaki don't exist, but the bad guys came here and they took over 23 solar systems in this part of the Milky Way galaxy. Okay, so then a group of people came to help free them because in the 3D, 4D, 5D came to help free them from being under their control. That was a long, long time ago, many generations ago. All of them are free now. Even this planet's free, but the residual is still happening here. The people down here don't realize they're free. So because of that, some of us are still down here, boots on the ground, repairing the damage. So there are different groups of people. I come with the Orion Crusade, not the Orion Crusaders, the Orion Council of Light. and we're down on the planet where the Orion Coalition of Light, the Orion Council of Light is attached to the Galactic Council. We were chasing the Orion Crusaders, who came here and were doing this damage to this place, taking control of it and raping it from resources and heading on marauding. Okay. What is it? How you doing? Oh, how's it going, Phil? So I'm doing good. No complaints, right? Can't scream. It's scary, right? Let's see what else here. What I'm saying, like that way I don't miss something. I'll be asleep. I wake up. I can hear that what's going on, but my eyes won't open and I can't move. That is, you're not actually awake. You think you're awake. When that happens, when you have that, where you have the sensation of being awake and your body is frozen and you can't move, you're actually still asleep. You just don't know that you are, and your senses are there. So your immortal soul, your spirit, is actually awake and aware of what's going on, but you're not in the same phase with your body, but you think you are, and your body is still asleep. So you have to actually at that point merge back with the body to wake up the body. You think you're awake, right? I've actually had a buddy of mine witness that, where I was actually thinking that I was awake, and I was communicating with an entity that was there. And my buddy woke up and he was able to see me, and I was talking with my eyes open to this other entity that was there, and he saw me with my eyes closed and me kind of moving my mouth a little bit and moving my body like I was talking, but there was no audible. And he went and looked at me, and I was still asleep. So this physical body was asleep, but it was moving, and my eyes were closed. But he could see the entity that I was talking to, and see the entity talking to me, but couldn't hear the entity either. But he had the vision to be able to know what was happening. So then when it left and I went back to sleep, he went to sleep. And the next morning he said, I saw something last night that you were doing that. Do you remember that? I said, yeah. And he said, don't tell me. I want to draw it. I don't want you to think that I'm just making this up. And so he drew it and showed it to me. And I said, that's exactly what was going on. And so he saw that, but you couldn't hear the conversation, didn't know what was happening. So isn't that crazy? So that does happen sometimes. So you have to realize that sometimes if you're in that place and you think, okay, I'm awake and my body won't work here and I can't get up and I'm frozen and I'm stuck here, you're not actually awake. You're out of phase with your body. But you're conscious and you're in the same area as your body. So you're like, I'm in my bed and I'm frozen. Some people try to say that that has to do with aliens coming and freezing you and taking you out of your body. Well, what are they taking out of your body? Right? So what are they giving you the memory that you're frozen and they're taking you out of your body? Well, then how is it that they're taking you out of your body and doing experiments on you if they're not taking your body? Right? So some of that is cross dimensionality, right? I got mad at my husband because he said I wasn't doing anything but sleeping. Yeah, see, so to his someone who's in 3D, awake in 3D, they just see you sleeping. Because what you don't realize is when this body goes to sleep, you're not this body, you're not this pain body. This body needs to hibernate, once every 24 hours. So, and you can stay up longer, but then you're going to sleep at some point, you're going to break down. So your body needs to hibernate. So when the body goes into hibernation, your immortal soul doesn't need sleep. You take off and go do stuff. You just don't remember it. And sometimes you do. So when people are dream walking or astral projecting, they're tapping into leaving the body with the soul and having conscious memory of that event that's happening. So sometimes when you find yourself doing that, look around and see what you're doing, and start remote viewing, start moving around to see things, because you're out of phase. That means you're in your light body, your actual body, and you've left the physical body. You're not going to get lost. There's a silver cord that will pull you back, right? That is what a dream is. This is why I say that there is no difference between astral projecting, daydreaming, night dreaming, or being here. The only difference is your perception of what you think is happening to you. Okay. So this place is just as much of a dream as that is. This place is not real. This place is fake. It's not happening. It thinks it is. Okay. This was created as a playground, no different than putting on goggles and playing a video game. Okay. So you have to realize that. And so what you're happening in a dream is you're in a different state of reality. And dream state is a state where it's metaphoric. Everything is metaphors. So it's not exactly, they're allegories. So it's not a conversation like this. So you talk to somebody in a dream and they say stuff that you go, that was weird. That doesn't make any sense, because it's a different state of reality that doesn't have communication as well as we do here. right? Most civilizations don't make it. Some survive. They're paying their good luck forward. Think about them like the police with silver cord. Yes, Jake, you have an attachment to your immortal soul that attaches to the body that you're currently residing in. And it's actually silver in color. If you actually see it glowing, it actually looks silver and it's light energy. And that cord is attached to this body because you're attached to this body for the duration of this physical body, until this physical body becomes unalived. You're attached to it. So that cord is there as a safety net so that when you're starting to expand your consciousness, you don't go out in the world or the universe and get lost and can't find your way back to your physical body. That cord is there and you can go any distance that you want, but it's there. And if you all of a sudden go, wait a minute, I don't know where I am. How am I going to get home? You'll find at some point when you click your heels together 3 times, Dorothy, and you say you want to go home, it'll take you back. That's what that whole thing was actually supposed to be about, was leaving your conscious mind and going into a different state of consciousness and expanding your consciousness and waking up to the realization that this isn't real, that I'm supposed to be somewhere else, and you click the shoes together and you go home. So that was actually, people they go, oh no, that had to do with 3D and it had to do with the mathematics of what was going on at the time in the world, keep you into 3D thinking. That's not what the Wizard of Oz was about. Let's see. And yes, there was a silver cord. It vibrated and glowed, and I felt it in my body. Let's see. Well, that's saying that grounding, right? Everything goes back to grounding into the earth. Yes. I see beautiful mandalas when I almost falling asleep. What is that? That is you expanding your consciousness into that plane of existence. You're starting to see that stuff that is outside this physical plane, right? So yeah, grounding is very important. Getting back to short circuit, what you were saying, being grounded, not being stuck in 3D, but being grounded to yourself or to this place is important at all times. You should always try to be grounded because that allows you, if you're grounded, that means you can leave and you don't have to worry about this place. You can come back. So if your body's grounded and you're in a good place spiritually, your physical beingness is going to be easier to exit and go do things and come back, right? Because you are in fact attached to nature and the earth, not to physical plane, third dimensional reality, because they want you in 3D. They want your physical spirit in 3D, but your physical body is a third dimensional being. So if you attach it to nature, not the concrete jungle, attach it to nature, it will fit better on this plane of existence. You'll find that, right? Do death is nothing to worry about? No, yeah, it's not. That's just you changing from one energy to another energy to move to another place. Okay, so what happens when this physical body ceases? Okay, you will then come out of the physical body and you'll actually start to remember that you're not this person, and you'll have that experience. You just don't remember it in your next life when you come back, right? Then someone will come and collect you to help you, right? Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you just move and you don't need help to get to the next plane. You then go to the place of healing to see if your immortal soul needs healing. If it doesn't, then you are moved to the place of reflecting. You go to the place of healing until you fully become aware of the self, the higher self, not this avatar that's down here. So then you're no longer the avatar, and you become more aware of yourself, and you become acclimated to, oh yeah, that's right, I'm an immortal soul, like I'm Kelto. I would go there if I were veiled and then remember that I'm Kelto. Then I go to the place of designing a new life, right? Reflection. You go there and you reflecting as your higher self and your guides. What was it that I wanted to learn? Did I learn all the lessons? Oh, I didn't learn that lesson about losing a relative. Okay, and you start designing your next life of all the things that you want to insert into the matrix. This is what I want to come up in my lifetime and learn about, and these are the things that I want to get for extra credit or whatever. Then you go into a body and come back down here and you get veiled again, unless you come in completely awake. Let's see, right? So physical moving in the state of being of faith keeps me grounded. Well, that's good that you can do that. So if you're doing that to keep yourself grounded, however you do it, then that's good to be able, because then that gives you a something to move from. What if someone didn't want to come back? You have to finish what you started. When you sign on, You sign on for certain things. And once you finish that, you don't have to come back. Then you can move to the next plane of existence. If you're someone who came from a higher plane of existence and you signed up to come on here, usually people sign up for like 75,000 years or you fix the place, or 128,000 years or you fix the place. Okay, so if you signed on somewhere and said in a contract, I want to come down and help people, then it's pass or fail. You're either down here until you fix the place or you're stuck here with everybody down here. So if you want to go home, fix yourself. Because if you're not one of those people who signed up like I did to come down here, then you can leave whenever you want. They just don't want you to know that. I talk about that in this book right here, right? The reality about reality, returning to the old ways. So you have to realize those things, right? So if you don't want to come back, you don't have to. If you're a wanderer, that's someone who came from a higher plane of existence to come down here, at some point you're going to fix what you need to fix to leave, but you can leave whenever you want. When you're down here, you're not stuck here unless you signed on to be stuck here. Those of you who are down here for the first 10 lifetimes, you're supposed to, when you're ready, leave. But they're distracting you away from that knowledge so you don't know how to get out of here. That's why guys like me have come here, to try and show you how to get out of here. Okay. What about not dreaming anymore? My dreams were always vivid and rarely dreams now. That happens sometimes when you're expanding your consciousness. The other thing that drives people crazy is your guides will stop talking to you, your higher self will stop talking to you. It's like a dead zone and there's nothing, and you're like, what the fuck? Why is that? It's because you're actually at a plateau usually where you're about to go up in a level, and that's the hardest part. So everybody backs off and waits for you to do it on your own. So don't feel bad if you're not dreaming and you're not remembering them. Just continue pushing forward with what you're doing, because you're probably at a place where you're about ready to break through a level and move up, and that's the hardest part. And so they all back away from us, but they don't tell us why, and then we're stuck, right? Let's see what else. Anyone preaching how to get out of the matrix is still here. Brother, I don't know if you're still here. Dot, you were here before. I'm here to help people get out of the matrix. I'm not stuck here. I chose to be here. Okay, there's the difference. Why would I sign anything then? Because people that are in service to others do that. The ultimate sacrifice, as you move up into 4D and 5D, the ultimate sacrifice is to stop your own ascension and return to the lower plane to help people, because people do that, right? You don't realize it, but it happens all the time. You have a cat or a dog or a pet, you give it a name and you treat it like it's a person. That cat or dog that is your pet ascends faster to the realization that they are, because of you. So you're doing that to help that. You don't realize it. When you were there as a dog, a cat, a fish, a snake or something, a bear, someone was doing that to help you. 10% of the population will return at every step of the way. 10% goes back down. Not everybody is cut out for it. Some of us are really good at it, and we were designed to do this, so we come and we do this stuff. Okay. So some of you don't want to, and you don't have to. It's free will. You have free will. So if you're here and you feel like you're stuck here, you need to ascend to you start getting communication with your higher self and your guides and your Akashic record, and find out, did I sign on for this, or am I just here for the first time? If you're here for the first time, we're here to show you that here's the tools. You can get out of here whenever you want, because you're supposed to. Okay. Wow, that's making sense. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Robin. If everything is in the matrix, what is outside the matrix? Wouldn't it be empty space? You're thinking third dimensional reality, thinking when you leave the planet, you're in empty space. So you're thinking third dimension. You have to think outside of the box of third dimension, right? There is a reality that doesn't exist here in this third dimension. It's outside there, right? So when you leave here, if you physically leave here, you're going to go out there and find space, and then there's going to be distance in between planets. If you leave in your immortal soul, there is no time. So it doesn't take time to go from here to here. You can go to Mars right now. You're just there. Okay. It's the physical plane where physical things take. So you have to get outside and expand your consciousness between physicality and non-physicality. When you're in the physical plane, you have to move and go somewhere. When you're in the astral plane, you're just there and then back. You don't have to go, I'm riding a train, I'm going all the way to America, and it takes me 14 hours. When you astral project, you're there now, instantly. There is no getting on a plane and sitting for 14 hours to get there. Physically, you have to do that. So when you're outside of the matrix, you're not in physical form anymore. You're in a light body, and the light body is instantaneous. You move places instantaneously. Let's see. Let me see what I'm missing here. How do I know what I am or what I'm supposed to do? You have to expand your consciousness to your higher self, your guides, and talk to the guides in your higher self to learn what you're supposed to be doing. The lessons of physical limitations and what is that? Martial limitations. Yeah, if you're thinking in the physical and the non-physical, absolutely. If you look at it that way, yes. I have learned that, but realistically, the other dimensions are also within the matrix. Not in the physical matrix, but in a matrix, because everything from here all the way back to the creator is a matrix, because none of that's real. It's all fake. It's all happening in the mind of the creator. Let's go 8D. Okay, none of this is real. You're not real. I'm not real. We're fractions. We're made up characters in a daydream of the creator itself. Okay, so the truth of all of this is that all of it only exists because the creator wants this knowledge. This is the knowledge the creator is seeking. So therefore we are manifest into beingness, and we are going from zero back to the creator in any way we want to go there, because the creator wants to experience it in every way. None of it exists. All of it is fake. All of it is a matrix. 100%. That's 8D. That's the realization that you come to at some point. Okay. So I will do something, then stop, ask why I did that. My head will compile the sentence. Well, that's exactly that. There's your thought processes that happen in your mind, right? Complete the question I asked myself, right? Is there anything beyond the creator, or is that it? We can't know that down here, because from this perspective, it would appear, even scientifically, it would appear that we are in the mind of something that could possibly be in a womb gestating, but we can't know. The only way we can know is we have to merge back with the creator to gain that access to that knowledge. But if you look at certain things like, let me see if I can find it here. What is this? Is that it? Yeah, if you look at this, right? Okay, let me put this up on the screen for you guys to see here, okay? So if you look at this, there's a brain cell, and that's a radial image of a brain cell and a radial image of the universe. So they're identical, except for the universe has a bunch more neural pathways than we do. As below, so above. Okay, so as below, so above. So in my one little single brain cell, looks identical to the universe. Okay, so there's a very real possibility that you're existing inside the one single brain cell of something very, very huge. There's just as much possibility that that's happening in the physical. If you look at it, it's almost identical. Okay. So that'll freak you out. So it's very possible this entire multiverse is just one single brain cell inside of something. What that is, we can't possibly see from this far down. So we can't know that knowledge. And I tell you truly, as Kelto from 11 dimension, not third dimension, that we can't have access to that until we merge back with that. Okay. So from the perspective of 11D, it says to me that we're in the mind of something. But what that thing is, I don't know. How big it is, I don't know. And how old it is, I don't know. And what it's going either becoming, was, or is, I don't know. But what I do know is that if it's true, and if this entire universe is just one single brain cell that we're inside of, then when you say the creator will always be, this creator will be around so long that we will exist for a lot longer than we can imagine the time period from down this at this point. Okay, so I don't know if that's helping or freaking you guys out at all. It looks like you guys are loving that, right? Phyllis is like, exactly, right? So yeah, we can't know. Yeah, I'm glad that I'm not the only one who's thought like that. Yeah, right, Phyllis? That's just crazy, right? Could it be God or a creator? Well, it depends on I usually say creator or source, just because when you say the word God, people think about like these demigods, like the Roman gods and the Greek gods, and those people were not gods. Those were people. They were children. gods that were jealous of humans, gods that were raping women and having sex with humans and breeding with them. That's not a creator god. That's a human that came in a spaceship or something, or someone that's just above that plane of existence, right? So I don't like to use the word God, but in a very real sense. I mean, as a Christian minister, I would say God. But that word seems to be diminished in our reality now. So creator or source energy pulls you to a higher plane of existence, I think, right? So yeah, so that you just gotta, yeah, Father Sky, without either one will perish, right? Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at it from the native perspective, the you know, look at the Milky Way galaxy, and they said that was the Great Valley where the creator, where the All Father lived. But it's only been put into a masculine perspective of God, masculinity, because they took the feminine out and they're trying to keep everybody in the lizard brain, so they're diminishing it to third dimensionality. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, right. Yeah. Auto corrected your words. Don't you love when it does that? And you go, "What the hell did that just type for me right there?" Right? Can you say something about the 13th dimension? The 13th dimension would be the dimensionality of returning to source. That would be the closest, that would be the easiest way I can describe that. Right? Mostly because they're like the Asians would like to say there's like 33 levels of reality because of like the DNA 33 and the spinal column 33, but there's not 33 levels of existence. The back to source, there's only actually 12. So the 13 is the one. That's like the clock face. That's why you see that reoccurring where you have, like, say, the Jesus character, the leader, and then he's got 12 apostles, right? So you have that throughout all of time and existence, where you have the one that is the controller, the one ring to rule them all. Then you have the 12, right? 12 tribes of Israel, right? And then God. So that reoccurs all over the universe, so that it shows something to do with the spiral, and that would suggest that 13 is the one. So that's the Higgs boson of the 9 and the 0 being the controlling factor of everything and nothing. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. So when you go 36912, if you take that, there's your charm of making. Your charm of making is innominate. Well, I was going to, sorry, Latin. The charm of making is anal nathrach uthvaspetho dothia dienve. That's the Irish, not the Welsh. The Welsh is kind of prettier. That's the charm of making. As a Merlin, I tell you that charm of making, to translate that into the what it's saying, not the exact words, because the exact words is like by the dragon's breath and that sort of stuff. The dragon is the beast. So the Anal Nathrach is all that is nature, Uthvaspethod, and of time space. Dothiel Dienve, do heed my intention. So that's 3, 6, and 9. So the 3 energy is nature. My energy with my intention is a 3 energy. So I take my energy and add it to 3, and that's 3 plus 3, that becomes 6. Okay. Then I take my intention, because I've taken my energy and put it into nature to create. Now I have to put my intention into what I want to create with that. And that's 3. Again, with 6 becomes 9. That's the Higgs boson. Now it's the creative energy of the God energy. So now I have to put my energy into the 9 to create something, and that becomes 12. So it's you plus you plus you plus nature and time space becomes the god or the goddess. I don't know if this makes any sense to you. As a Merlin, that might be a little too much for you. I don't know if you guys are following me with that. So 3, 6, 9, 12, the next 3 would be 15. But there isn't a 15, so it's 13. So it's 13 is 1 and 3. There's that 3 again is the 1. 1 and 3 is 4, and 4 is fourth dimensionality. It becomes 1. It becomes the center. Some of you might understand that, and some of you might go, "What?" Yeah, Tesla numbers. Yes, right. The Earth has a lot of. The Earth has a. Where is that? It makes sense. You said we live inside something. Yeah, that's crazy, right? This makes me feel more alive and hopeful. That's what I'm here to help with, right? While we were in the Great Sand Dunes in National Park, right? The Earth has a lot of layers that equal levels of dimensionality. Well, on third dimension, there's 33 levels. Each level has 33 levels. Okay, so third dimension, there's 33 layers before you get into fourth dimensionality. So that part's where the 33 comes into play. Tesla numbers is absolutely accurate. Nikola Tesla, yeah. Tesla was onto it. He understood the threes. He understood that a great deal, right? I'm glad that or Mama, I'm glad that made sense to you, because sometimes I do that and people go, I have no idea what you just fucking said, bro. Right? Sometimes I pull too much with that, but I'm a Merlin. I have that, right? So you have to realize that. So that's the dragon is the beast. So when you hear about 666 being the beast in the Bible, the 666 is 6 neutrons, 6 electrons, and 6 protons. 666, that's physicality. That's carbon 12. Okay, that's carbon-based unit. So that's what people don't realize. That's what that was trying to tell you, right? What that mean? We live inside the earth. Well, if you listen to Thoth or Toth, the Atlantean, the way to heaven is through the center of the earth because it's your heart chakra. The way to heaven is through you. The way back to the creator is through the center. Pardon me. I'm having phlegm problems right now. Let me take a drink of my coffee, not alcohol. I don't drink alcohol. So the way to the way is through the center, and that's the way out. The way out is in, right? So there's that 12 and the 13 becoming the one. You have to become the one to ascend. So you have to become your higher self to ascend. So you have to go into the center, right? Yes, it does. Alcohol lowers your vibration. Absolutely, it does. Right? I don't drink any alcohol at all. Meditation, but it seems nothing happens. When you meditate, you have to allow it to happen. If you try to be in control of meditation, nothing will happen. It makes perfect sense when you broke it down. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to do, is break it down so you guys can understand it. I'm so fascinated about the brain cell thing. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy when you think about it. It is just as likely in a very realistic way, and science is starting to realize it. That's why those pictures exist, because they took pictures and went, what the fuck does this mean? Right? Big Bang Theory is spermiation. You can see a video where they show you when the sperm cell goes into the egg. When it gets in there, there's an explosion of light. Out of darkness, there is light. God said, let there be light. There was nothing but primordial ooze. And then there was light. And all life came out of that. The Big Bang Theory. It's spermiation. You can look those up, right? Does anyone see my comments? Yes, Justin, I do. If you said something before and I didn't see it, it might be when you write certain things. This is a communist platform. Sometimes when you use certain words, they don't let it be seen, but I just saw what you said. Yep, the number 6 is the number of man, because man was telling him they were trying to tell you, they misinterpreted that in the Bible. In the Bible, that quote is nowadays says, let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is a human number. And its number is 636 or 666. So people go, oh, it's just the number of the devil, man. Yeah, that's what it is. It means the devil. But that was a mistranslation on purpose. They changed that word from the. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Mama. They changed that word from the to a. That's all you have to do. Think about this now. Let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is the number of man. And its number is 636. What is the number of man? 666. 6 neutrons, 6 protons, 6 electrons. That is what makes up the physical plane. Carbon 12. Carbon-based unit. That's what makes this place up. Okay? I was wondering if it was possible for me to know as much as you. This is too much for my computer. You can, Justin. You just have to expand your consciousness, and you will unlock. If you're in service to others, you will unlock the exact same knowledge that I have. It's universal. So it's not something that I made up. It's not something that I think. It's actually something that everyone, as they expand their consciousness, you become aware of. Okay. So every single person out there on the face of this earth that is hearing my voice, and any of you that are out there in the space, wherever in 3D, if you're hearing my voice, you can unlock all the knowledge, because it's there for all of us to unlock, which also suggests something. It suggests that there must be a higher plan or a higher being, because all of us we're not coming up with our own idea. You have your own idea in third dimension, but as you expand your consciousness, it becomes universal. So everyone's going up to a certain point. Okay. So we're all pointed in one direction. If you're in service to others, you learn this package. If you're in service to self, you learn how to rule, control, make money, power, fame, and manipulate people, control them. That's the information that you gain. So those are the two things that you are. You're either in service to self, and all you care about is money, fame, power, greed, control, or you're in service to others. And if you're in service to others, this is the package you unlock. Okay. So it's universal. It's not something that I've made up. I'm trying to ascend, but I'm having cool experiences, but I feel like nothing is happening. Well, that's just kind of where we are. We're stuck here until we're not. So you have to make that decision. Your focus determines your reality. If you want to ascend, focus on ascension. Don't focus on like disclosure project, or don't focus on the government is in control or the bad guys are in control. That's manifesting that. So the more you focus on, we got to make the governments tell us that aliens are real, the more the governments are in charge of not telling you that it's real, because that's what you're manifesting. The more you say we have to go after evil and defeat evil, and because they're in charge, you're putting them in charge and saying that they're in charge and that you're trying to fight them. That's a form of manipulation that they put on you. It's a psyop that they put on you, because if you're fighting them, you're acknowledging them in your mind as that thing. They're in charge. They're in control. I'm not going to vote because it doesn't matter. They control everything. You just manifest that and you give them your free will by proxy, and you don't know you're doing it. So you have to change the way you think, and you have to manifest what you want. When you do that, science knows that if you think focus on one item for 14 seconds, that item, whatever it is that you're focusing on, becomes more apparent in your mind. So if you're focusing on my whole life, I'm going to get $1 million. I'm going to get $1 million. If you just sit here and go, I'm going to get $1 million, you're never going to get it, because you're just sitting there thinking about $1 million. But if you see yourself with the money, living that, when I taught this in leadership, I would say to people, if you want that job, walk it, talk it, shoot it, shit it, think it, become the part, and then the job will be yours. If you want a brand new house, become that. See yourself in the new house. How do I get that house? What do I need for that house? I am in that house. That house is mine. That car is mine. I will get there, because I just have to wait for the time that it takes for me to catch up to that reality. But if you're just going to say, I don't want to do anything to get it, you're in a place of doing. You have to do something to get it. Okay. So no, I'm not. There's one thing that I actually want your opinion on. I'm focused on ascension, though, completely. Let me have that question there, Justin, and I'll see if I can give you whatever I want. Right, transcendence, yeah. So you have to realize that your focus determines your reality. You have to realize that the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence, and you have to realize that what you eat, you become. Okay, so if you eat ascension foods, you ascend. If you eat shit food that's processed food and low vibration, you're going to stay in low vibration. So all the foods that you intake, you got to get away from too much sugars, you got to get away from too much salt, you got to get away from processed foods and eat natural foods that give you good energy. And the good energy is going to make your brain work better, and it's going to make you smarter, and you're going to ascend. The first step of avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. Know that you're in a trap, but the trap is a trap of your mind. Okay. So I told you about the breach before, when I looked up and saw my higher self. I don't know which dimension it was, but it was with his friend or our friend. So um, when you're the dimensionality could be anywhere between here and back to source when you're doing that, right? So that's not as important as the realization that you are seeing that. Do you see? Allow that to be wherever it is that you're seeing that from. The importance isn't where is that, because now you're thinking physical plane again. Okay, so the importance is I'm seeing my higher self. That's me. You're not seeing your higher self. You're seeing you. Your ascension from 3D to 4D is the illumination of I'm not this physical pain body. I am an immortal soul. I am a higher being. That's me. So that's how you learn who your higher self is. You have to raise yourself out of this realization. This is not me. That's me. So where is that? Don't know. When is that? Don't know, but that's me. How do I communicate with that as that? That's what you look to. And now you're expanding your consciousness, because now your thought process is, I am a higher being. I am that, not this. That's the expansion. Then you have to allow yourself to gravitate towards that. So again, foods, keeping your mindset on I am the higher self. That's what you're supposed to when you're in meditation. you're supposed to be meditating to achieve that higher plane of existence. That's what the whole process is. And then he told me, maybe I'm in remember seeing, and then he had some sort of energy stick that he put into the breach and it vibrated. That's always good. And then he told me that he was proud of me, and he said I would, wait a minute, I would be with him soon. Okay, so then just go with that and continue with that. Okay. What about, what is that? Yeldabaoth? Are you trying to say Yelzabaoth, right? And info on this being. I think you're trying to say like Yelzabuth or something like that. It depends on the name. You have to look up when you're looking at religion. The biggest problem that everybody has when they're looking at religion or they're looking at spirituality is you hear these words that are ancient and you don't know what the concept is, like the word archon. People freak out and go, the archons, they're the ones who created everything. And then you're putting it in your mind as they're a third dimensional construct in a spaceship, but they're not. They're higher than that. And they created the Ajiji. That's like 12,000 to 35,000 year old scroll. And the concept, which you have to do is go, what was it that they were trying to tell us? Who were the archons and what did they represent? Right? Once you realize that, you realize the word archon means archangel. The word Ajiji means angel. Okay. So this is just someone else with a different language telling the word they used for the concept of archangel, archon. Okay. The watchers. Who are the watchers? The watchers are the people who created things, who are here watching over everything. Archangel. Archon does the same thing. Archangel does the same thing. They are the ones who that God created to create all of this place and to keep a watch over it and make sure that they maintain it. So once you realize the concept of these things, it changes your perspective. So you have to realize that some of these names were representations. You have to find out what they represented. A says, exactly, my mind is a trap and I've got to get out and I understand what it wants me to do. That's exactly it, right? Yeah, like, so you're saying like the demiurge, Tyler, right? The demiurge. What is the demiurge? The demiurge is the same concept of the primordial ooze, same concept as the ether bed. So what is the demiurge? The demiurge was out of which everything came. So that means there was nothing but the primordial ooze. Out of nothing came something. So it was a time or a place, and that was a name they used to describe that concept. You have to realize what the concept was. Yildabaoth, right, is the demiurge. Yeah, that's what I thought you were saying. So yeah, the demiurge is the same thing. You have to see that. It's like Tiamat was the primordial ooze. Tiamat was the name of Earth before it cooled. Okay, so the demiurge was out of which Tiamat came. Tiamat then cooled and became Terra. So before that, it was that way, right? And an earth angel is so wait, you probably said something before that, right? I know it's my third eye and it's still been just pressure. Yeah, when you get the pressure you get headaches from that. It's nothing else that I come to believe. When you get the pressure, your third eye, you'll start getting third eye headaches as it's starting to wake up. It's annoying. So we are religion, right? Or were the churches and the temples? The religions are all correct. I have 4 religious titles in 4 different religions, and I'm a theologian. They are all the same. They're all telling you the same thing. They're just interpreting them in semantical ways, like you can't eat beef, or you can't eat pork, or you can't get a tattoo, or you can't cut your hair. Those are human things that they put into the laws. Like Moses came down with 10 laws from God, and the Hebrews made 3,000 laws out of it. Okay, so physical people made more laws out of the original laws. We get in the way with our linear thinking and we add shit, right? But if you look at the base of the creation and the what are they talking about? There is a creator of the universe. There is source energy. You just have to you realize that what they meant by when they said king of the universe back then, that was important. That king was a ruler over everything. So today we don't have that many kings, right? If you're in the Western world, you probably don't live under a king. And if you do, he's just a figurehead now, right? All of the kings of Europe and the queens of Europe are now just kind of like a president. They're just somebody that's there. In fact, they're there for a lifetime, but they don't have much power, right? So you have to realize the concept of the time, what they meant. So when they were saying that God was the king of the universe, they were saying that because the concept back then, the king, the ruler, was in charge, right? So you had to say this is the king of kings, right? The one who's in charge of all the kings. And that changes the perspective when you're doing it from here, from now. And it becomes one of those things that we see that and go, well, what does that mean? and we don't understand the concept. So you have to realize the concept of what. That's why people like me who are theologians or historians or Assyriologists who are the linguists, they're trying to figure that stuff out for us and then say this is what that means. That's why I've dedicated myself to do exactly the same thing. I try to read every single scripture from every single religion, and I look at that from the standpoint of what is it they're actually trying to, what's the message they're trying to say, right? Most theologians go, oh, they borrowed this book and they borrowed that book and they borrowed this book, and that's about as far as they get, right? But they have to. Thank you for those flowers, those roses. That's rocking, right? Like hundreds of them. Oh, what am I doing here? I'm hitting the wrong buttons on my phone now. I got my phone tripping over here. I'm trying to give myself a rose and stuff here too, right? Yeah, I don't know what I was doing here. Let me close this. Yeah, I hit my phone too many times and it went all crazy. Now I got to back out and go back into the live. There we go. I monitor myself on the live over here. So thank you for those roses. So let's see. But how long does it take for it to wake up? Your third eye is sometimes, there's the question, right? It's just a pressure for 2 months. You're get used to that. That can go on for like a year or something, because every time you're ascending, you're going to get that third eye aching, and so then you'll be in a higher plane than the next time, and the next time, and the next time, and the next time. It never really stops. It'll just stop for a time, and then it'll start aching a bit, and that's just to let you know that it's happening, right? But there's the question. That was the question that everybody talks about, where they try to say Jesus said that he was coming back, or God, because of that. John and Matthew. Yeah, Matthew and John were talking to Jesus, and they said he was talking about the illumination. And they said, when will the illumination be? And he said, I tell you truly that God says he will come as a thief in the night. Meaning, and that's where they try to say that that's how Jesus said he was coming back, which is not true. That's not what he was talking about. He was talking about the illumination. Your illumination, you can't predict when it's going to happen. Okay, so you don't know when it's going to happen. And the truth is, and I teach this to people all the time, truth is you're more awake than you think you are. And people get frustrated and they think that they're not awake, and them thinking they're not awake is keeping them from being awake. And one day you wake up and go, fuck, I was awake the whole time. There's a story that we tell people, this Sufi, this guru, this priest, this pastor. He was trying to wake up, and he was out there buying all the books that he could find and reading everything he could find to try and wake up, and he wasn't waking up, so he kept buying everything that he found, every scroll that he found he was reading, and he had this big library of it. And one day he woke up and realized he was awake, and the first thing he did was take all of those books and burn them on the front lawn. Because you realize, when you realize you're awake, you realize it's literally in everything. Literally in everything. It's in the very air we breathe. You see those. That's what we were talking about earlier, where people were saying they were seeing spirals and the ones and zeros. You start seeing the matrix for what it is, and you go, wow. So I can't tell you how long it will take you to wake up, because only you can determine that when you're going to wake up. But just stay. If you're already starting to get the aches in your third eye, you're doing well. That means you're at the precipice of awakeness. So just keep plugging through it. It becomes hard and difficult when you get that, but you're on that place, you're in that platform. So just keep running, expand your consciousness whenever you can. Whatever it is that you're doing that's causing you to start seeing little fragments of things, keep doing that, because that's on the positive upward motion that's expanding your consciousness. And then you'll get used to dealing with the headaches and going, yeah, man, okay. My wife and I woke up this morning, and I looked at her and I said, man, because both of us used to drink, we're alcoholics, we're recovering. We used to drink a long time ago. And literally, I said to her, I feel like I'm hungover. She goes, me too. But we didn't eat too much sugar. We didn't drink. Why are we feeling? It's that both of us have some level that we hit, and we're both expanding our consciousness at the same time. Okay, so I've also had some sort of partial Kundalini experience. Anything I can do there? That's all of it is in what you're understanding is the Kundalini. That comes from the East, right? The Japanese called it the Mitsubishi, right? The Greeks called it the Kirkos. They called it the expansion of your consciousness. So the Kundalini Kunda buffer energy, Kundalini is masculine, the Kunda buffer is the other snake that's feminine. That's why you see that depicted, and you'll see one snake is yellow, oranges, and reds. That's masculine, bottom 3 chakras. The other snake going the opposite direction, right? There's that Celtic knotwork one. There's 2 of them, right? The one that's going to the other side is the blues and the purples. and the pinks. That's the upper three chakras, right? Your indigo going into the purple, right? Going into the white. That's the feminine energy that is the plane. So the Kundalini is the key. Learn to channel that Kundalini. That energy comes from the base and goes up to expand your consciousness out like this. So if you're doing that and you're dealing with that energy, you're balancing your chakras. Balancing your chakras are upward motion. Upward motion is expansion of your consciousness. So pray if you pray, or meditate, eat right, exercise, get the right sleep, and that'll help you to expand your consciousness faster. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. You're the only one trying to wake up everyone at midnight here. Yeah, so well, I'm in Australia. So for me, it's what time is it over here? It is 1:52 in the afternoon, and it's 8:52 on the west coast of America, right? So depending on where in the world you are, I'm ahead of you in time. For you, it's if it's nighttime for you, it's the 23rd of July. I'm on the 24th of July because I'm in New South Wales, Australia. So there's only like 5 people that are ahead of us in time, right? New Zealand and Fiji, Tonga, Samoa, a couple islands out there that are further ahead. I'm gonna take a drink of my coffee. So yeah, I'm trying to do it all day, every day, right? Wait, you're saying the feminine are the ones with the brain? No, that's just the aspect, because you're thinking up here is your brain. No, that's the feminine is the nurturing, caring, loving, in love with others energy. That's the feminine energy in this physical plane. So that's where those aspects of your personality doesn't make you gay or anything like that. That's just the goddess represents all the feminine, all of the loving, caring, nurturing, and the men, the masculine is the war, the physicality, war and martial arts and battle and growing things and planting. And the physicality is masculine because it's hard, it's sharp, right? That's why you have this is the symbol for men. It's sharp, it's hard, right? And then the spiral is the goddess, soft, feminine, different kind of energy, non-physical plane, spiritual, right? Spiritual, physical plane, physicality. It's sharp, you hit stuff, solid, masculine, feminine. Nature is in physicality, right? Let's see what you guys are saying here. So when pastors talk about an intimate relationship with our Creator, is that possible? Yes, it is. That's when they're talking about that. Most of that, like I'm a Christian minister and I was knighted by the Roman Catholic Church, so I'm not coming at this from a standpoint of like hating on Christianity because I'm not. Most of that is part of the control mechanism, unfortunately, for the reading from the book of Romans, which is teaching you to basically stay here and be a good little Roman citizen and have a relationship. But if you get past that physicality and on a spiritual plane and realize that's what they're trying to tell you, that you're supposed to be having a relationship with the Creator, that's supposed to be in the non-physical plane. So you're supposed to move up. That's why the up in the Sistine Chapel you have God reaching down and humans reaching up. God's come down halfway. We have to come up. We have to move up to God to get that hand of God. Okay. So we have to go into the non-physical to find God because that's where God is. The Creator is not in a physical place. The Creator is in the non-physical. So we have to move up to the Creator. That's having a relationship with the Creator. Okay. Well, I declare I'm awake. I'm ready to go, and I'm tired of being along this hate. I can't fix that. Well, you can. It's just going to take time. Everything takes time here. Oh wow, happy 24th then, right? Albeit it will be the 24th for us in New Jersey. You're in New Jersey in like 7 minutes. You're funny, right? Yeah, you'll be catching up to the date that I'm on. I'm just in Australia. That's why. Right, that's funny. I want that. No, you just have to work at it. It's kind of hard to do, but you have to, it only takes 51% in being in service to others to make it. It's just real hard to get to that 51% when everything's distracting you, keeping you here. Right. So that's why I tell you the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. You have to realize that we're trapped here and it's a trap of the mind, not a physical trap. We're not in a physical prison. We're in a mental prison that we created for ourselves. You are an extension of the Creator, yes, Justin. And the further the dimension, the less the connected. Yes, the more you're in physical plane, dimensionality, the less you're connected in the spiritual, the density, correct? So that's why you're supposed to realize that you're supposed to move away from physical plane and realize the expansion. You don't have to leave the physical plane to do that, right? But you have to realize that this is not me. I'm there. And then when this body ends, I can determine whether I can move to the next plane or if I have to come back again. Yeah. Um, thank you. Good night. Tyler, have a great night, right? I'm in the States, probably late for you. Have a great night. I'll see you next time, right? Are we not all fractals of the consciousness of the creator? We are. We are 100%, Donna, just a fractal of the creator. We are a little teeny entity that the creator created to have these experiences so that we can have different experiences. Each one of us have our own perspective and our own experience to then give that back to the creator and give it to the collective so that we can all expand our minds. So we're doing it on a small level here, right? And then we're doing it on a big level there, right? It's 10:57 p.m. You're in Missouri. You're in Mountain Time, or Central. You're in Central because it's 8:57 on the West Coast. So you're in the Central Time. You're 2 hours ahead. So you're in Central, right? Or is that Mountain? You're in Missouri. That's Central because it doesn't go West Coast, Mountain, Central, Eastern Time, right? Yeah. So you're over there. So I grew up in California, Central. Yeah, I grew up in California, and then I lived in Arizona. So I was in Mountain Time there, or I think that's still Central. I was always it's Mountain Time because I'm always 1 hour ahead of California when I was in Arizona. Then I came over here to Australia because I married my wife, and we came over here. She's from here, so she came over there and got me, right? And then I came over here and made my way over here. I was taking care of my mom. She came back over here, and I finished taking care of my mom, and then I came back over here too. Now I live in New South Wales, right? Mountain Time, MST, right? Phyllis, is that where you're at? You're in Mountain, or you just saying Mountain? That was where I was when I was in Arizona. Yeah. So it looks like I don't know if you guys have been watching the news. It looks like that you guys are trying to get the Congress to pass making that time change go away. Thank the gods, right? Over here we still have the time change, but there's one territory that doesn't. Arizona doesn't do the time change. When I was there, we never changed the time. Things just changed. Like the 8 o'clock shows came on at 7, and then next time it was on at 8. They're going to try and make daylight savings time in America universal. So I hope you guys vote on it. I hope they do. It went to the House and it passed. Now it has to pass in the Senate. I hope that they pass it because it's stupid. That whole thing was just created for the slaves back when they had us slaving away in the fields so that we would work longer, right? I hate that thing. Yeah, I've hated it. When I moved to Arizona, I loved it because where I was at in Arizona was outside of Phoenix in Queen Creek, and we didn't change it, man. We were like, oh yeah, nothing changes. Just the daylight, it stays light longer, and it gets light later, and then that's it. It just goes around not everybody does it in the world, but there's a lot. It came out of Europe, right? So the Commonwealths, because I'm in Australia as a Commonwealth, most of them still do it, but I think they're working on it over here too. So I just saw, because I remember Trump saying on the news that he was going to try and fix that to get rid of it, and I just saw the news the other day that it passed in the House. So now they just got to go to the Senate. Let's hope they do it, right? In China, they don't have different time zones. Yeah. Why would they? I mean, China probably should have a different time zone because of where they are, because they're big. So they should have different time zones. But I mean, if you go by one clock and it's a standard clock, then you're just like, it's that time for China. I mean, truly it would be a little bit different because high noon will be high noon in the east before it'll be high noon in the west. But you don't want to have crazy things, right? So I don't know. I haven't been to China officially, so I've never been there as a tourist. So I don't know about that because when I was there, I was on Zulu time anyways. So because I was never there because it didn't really happen because I didn't do that. So then you run on world time. I'm going to take a drink of my water. This is not alcohol. This is water with energy drink inside. Last time I did this, trying to take a drink on the thing, they said that I was drinking alcohol. I do not drink alcohol. This is not alcohol. This is just water with like a Gatorade, if you understand that. It's just got boost in it. It's just an energy droplet that goes in there. So it's got energy in it and caffeine. No alcohol. I don't drink that stuff. Okay. When is your next life? Your next life is when this life ends. That's when your next life starts. If you're asking about me, same thing. I'm here in this body. I plan on being here until I'm about 145, and then I will move. And if we don't have you guys back in order, I'll come back in for another life to continue. But the way things are going now, we're looking at that anyone who doesn't want to stay doesn't have to. This life should be the last one. They're trying real hard with AI though to get us to be stuck again. Right? Let me see what you're saying here. I'm missing what you guys are saying. Were both of you, your wife, awake when you met? No, is awake now. She was not fully awake. She had to wait for me to find her, for us to be together, so that I could wake her up because I needed her to stay asleep. She was undercover and had to be asleep until we were together. Okay, so once we were together, then she's now awake and she remembers who she is. Yeah, but she wasn't until we met. Well, part of it, yeah. So high vibes. You said, well, what was the catalyst for you to stop? I was drinking, even though I was awake. I was still drinking, knowing that it was bad for me. And I was still doing it. And what actually happened to me was I got a different pair of shoes and I got a blister on the bottom of my foot. And because I was an alcoholic, it turned into an ulcer, and that ulcer almost went to the bone. So the wake up call for me was, we may cut your foot off at the knuckles, okay, if that gets to the bone. And I was like, wait, what? So because of my alcoholism, I almost lost a foot. So once, and I was in the hospital. So while I was in the hospital, while they were making sure that they didn't have to do surgery on me, and I was in there for a few days, they were giving me patches so that I wouldn't have to go through the withdrawals and the DTs. So as being awake, I almost lost part of my foot, if not my whole foot. So I said, that's it. So when I got out of the hospital and went home, I threw away all my alcohol and never looked back, because they had already got me past the DTs with the patches and stuff that they gave me. So I wasn't going to have to detox on my own. So instead of picking up the drink, I threw it away, threw it all away, and I stopped drinking. So I don't drink anymore. So let me see. What else did you say? It's poison. It is poison. It is. So what you feel when you're drinking, the high you feel is dying brain cells, by the way, right? It's brain cells dying. Do you think that we're all reincarnated? No, everyone is. Everyone is. You will reincarnate until you move out of the physical plane into the spiritual plane. You do that all over and over. It's just the way it works here. Oh, you think someone can be awake and still be an alcoholic? Yeah, you can be awake and your body is you have an addictive personality. This body that you're in is addictive, has an addictive personality. So if you allow it, you can be addicted to things. Most of you are addicted to things you don't realize it. You're either addicted to chocolate or salt or something, because your body becomes craving things. So if you eat high sugar food, you're going to be addicted to the high sugar, right? So you have to gain control of that. Your human body is, the human place is addictive. This place is addictive. It's designed to trap you. So it's addictive in every way. If you smoke cigarettes, you're addicted to the nicotine and the habit of smoking the cigarette, right? So you have to, are we hybrids? No, not in the way you think, Gina, right? That's where I am at now with my son ER. Oh yeah, see, then stop that business. Yeah, thank you for that. Who just gave me that? That was P sent me a heart. Oh, I love that. P sent me P. Thank you. So literally, you have to realize that. What was the question? Are we hybrids? No, you're thinking third dimensional construct where aliens came and made this physical body. No, 24% of the entire universe is humanoid. The creator likes this form. Okay, it has nothing to do with aliens creating it. However, we are many aspects of different different creatures, okay, that make up this, but it wasn't humans or aliens that created this. He was jumped and almost, oh wow, that's not good, right? How old is he? Phyllis, that sucks. How old is he? Yeah, you are in America, right? Yeah, that stuff goes on everywhere, unfortunately. I hope he's okay. He is 38. He's 38. Is that what you're saying? Wow, that's so old to get jumped. What was going on, right? You teach that boy some martial arts so he can't have that happen. Look, this is my wife. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. I know I have these, but I didn't even mess with them. Yeah. Ooh, you gave me all the licorice ones. Woohoo! Black licorice, little teeny candies, right? Yeah, right. Okay. High vibes, right? I think that part of awakening is learning to control the attachments. Yes, that is part of that. So, I must have gone through that. I must have signed up for the alcohol part to go through that, right? So, I needed to overcome that. I also used to smoke. I needed to overcome that. Those are physical addictions that we can get stuck in 3D by, and they'll hold us in 3D. So we have to overcome all of that and move away from that, right? When we're awakened, we realize they keep us in a mental prison. Well, they know about it. Okay. I wrote about that in this book right here. Okay. I call them the controllers. They understand that our focus determines our reality. And so if they can get us addicted to things, sugar, whatever, right? Sugar, alcohol, sex, food, whatever they can get you addicted to, you become obsessed with, and then you're going to want it more. And the more you get it, more it pulls you into 3D. They get you addicted to porn. They get you addicted to music. They get you addicted to movies. Anything. They get you addicted to fight each other because you're a Democrat and I'm a Republican, or I'm a Republican and you're a Democrat. Anything. Sports teams, whatever they can get you to get it. And so is it Gianna? Thank you. You're welcome. And hopefully I'm giving you guys the information that you need, right? So you have to realize that your focus determines your reality, and you're in a trap of the mind, not a physical prison. You're in a place where they have rulers, and their physicality, and that's what they live in, is that physicality. That's their world, and you're in it, right? But they don't control your spirit, they don't control your mind. So your expansion is yours. Even if they put you in a prison, you can still expand your consciousness out of here. Okay? They can only physically do physical things to you, right? When we're awakened, we realize that they keep us in the mental prison, right? Chasing them. Yeah, or chasing what they want. This is what I talk about. Because our focus determines our reality, right? And that was said by Jesus talking to Matthew, right? What you sow on earth, God said, what you sow on earth, that means plant, I shall too plant in heaven. What you reap from that harvest, what you reap on earth, I shall too reap in heaven. That's as below, so above. We have the ability to create this place. Bad guys got that from those books and said, well, then all we have to do is get all of them to focus their attention on what we want, and then we get everything. And that's what they're doing right now, to you, to me, to everybody, doing exactly that. He had a bleeding and fractured, broken orbital socket. Ouch. Yeah, cheekbone, nose. Wow. Palate, 6 ribs. Wow. They really worked him over. How many guys worked him over? That's getting punched and kicked in the face, right? That'll break your cheekbone, your orbital. Oh man, that's too bad. Pardon me while I chew on some sugar. I've been here for 3 hours. You're not going to find anybody, Daryl Anka or anybody, that can channel for this amount of time without taking a break. So Brooke pays attention to my voice and the way I talk. She can tell when my blood sugar level is getting low and I need some when I'm on live for a long time. Lloyd, welcome, welcome, welcome. Bang, giving me some roses. Thanks. Welcome in, brother. So I need to eat some. I apologize for chewing on the stuff. I need to get my sugar level up so I can continue talking.
Going back to the drinking, right? The drinking is designed to give you the sensation that you achieve when you're awakening, except they're doing the reverse. They're giving you the same feeling of that sensation you feel when you go up, but you're down here. So I enjoyed drinking, but I didn't like the side effects of it. My body was suffering. When I found that there was a way to feel the same way, I didn't need that alcohol anymore. I want to go up, not down.
And you know that people don't realize that everything that you're looking for, every high that you're looking for, you actually feel euphorically, you feel when you're expanding your consciousness. So you're unaware of that, just like she was saying. And then they give you something that pulls you down while you think it's pulling you up. And then, of course, we talked about this earlier, guys. They made all other substances that actually expand your consciousness illegal. Well, you can't do them. But the ones they give you, they made legal, and those are the ones who make you feel like you're up there but pull you down here. But the ones that pull you up to there, they don't let you have.
And they're all natural. Weirdly, the earth gives it, but they take it away.
Mm-hmm. Would you hear what Brooke said? Right? Who is trying to get us addicted. The powers that should not be, I call them the controllers in my book. They're the opposition, Brooke said, the opposition. Those people who are evil on this planet, 86% of the people on the planet are in service to others, they're good. 14% are in service to self,
The
they're
ones
evil.
that want to keep you on their puppet strings.
Yeah.
If you are low, they can control you. Once you're awake, you will see this.
Yes, high vibes. Do you see a lot of people in Australia awakening to this high? They get you when you're drunk. There's more there, depending on where you are. There's more people over here that are spiritually waking up because the food that they eat over here, the food that you eat in America is illegal in this country,
Oh my God.
right? Because your food over there, when I was over there, it's horrible. So they're getting better nutrition over here than you get over there, so it's not lowering their. But there's a lot of people that are still people. People are people. So you still have alcoholics, you still have people doing drugs, you still have people addicted to cigarettes, you still have all that because human is as human does, right? People do that stuff, but you'll find that different places around the world where that it's not the United States, but there's still people in the United States that are very awake because they refuse to eat all that junk and they refuse to do that. So individually, you find that everywhere in the world that it's an individual thing, right? But yeah, you have to realize that some of the food can also happen from meditation. What is this? Is there a way to activate your Kundalini chakra meditation? Yes, you have to. That's what the key to your ascension. You have to learn to meditate so that you can pull yourself into the higher realms, but you also have to learn to balance your chakras, right? Get in contact with us right here. We can teach you that stuff, or you can, try and look into it yourself. But you literally have to balance your chakras, live everything. You have to eat right, you have to exercise, you have to sleep right, you have to not eat of the flesh, you have to not do these things that keep you stuck in this place, right?
So think of your chakras as like a spindle wheel, right? Because that's what it is. I know you can't see me, sorry. A spindle wheel. You know when you've got a flow of energy, if you're out of line, energy is going to shoot out the sides. It's not going to give you that flow that you need. Once you activate the chakras and get them spinning in sync, the energy flows and you get that Kundalini.
Mm-hmm.
Once you can activate your chakras, and you can do that in meditation and Reiki, yeah, we can teach you how to do that. And then you'll feel it's unbelievable. People can feel you hugging them just by activating this. They're like, did you just hug me? It's powerful stuff, guys.
Yep. And yes, I know. When I was living in the United States, I lived there for all my life. Most of it until last year I moved over here. Yeah, if they charge you more money for organic, but if you live in a house, grow your own food. Cover it up with chicken wire so the animals can't get in, and grow your own food. They want you addicted to them so that you have to go to the store so you only eat their genetically modified stuff. And then they try to make it easier, or you're going to fast food restaurants, right? You need to get away from that. I know, right? Brooke is a genius, right? Yeah, Brooke is a genius, right? That's my wife. So yeah, you have to realize that it's not easy because they're trying to keep you from growing your own food, but you got to go organic. If you leave the United States and you go to other countries, they all eat organic. My buddy, when I was in the United States, he lives in the Philippines. I have another buddy who's moving to the Philippines. He was just up in the Philippines the other day. He just went back home, but I have another buddy who moved there. He was a truck driver in the United States, and he retired and split and went to the Philippines. He said everybody here is healthy because they don't have enough money to have the shit in the food that we have in our food. So everything's organic and it's really good for you. So you have to realize that where you're at is going to determine the food. And in the United States, that's the last vestiges of their poisoning you. You need to change what you eat and read the ingredients on everything. That's what I had to do when I was there. You have to do that. It is a little more difficult, but if you can learn to plant things for yourself and cultivate them, you can do okay over there. Right? We need to find a way to save the pure seeds in fruit and vegetables. Agreed, right? Agreed. They're slowly trying to get rid of them. Yeah, they are. They're trying to patent them, and they're genetically altering them so that you can't grow food. They're going to eventually own all the food. And that's what they're trying to do. They're going to own all the food, and they're not going to let you grow any because they own it. It's genetically theirs. That's what they're trying to do. You need to stop that. You need to stop them from doing it, right? Otherwise, that's what they're going to do. That's what they're trying to do. True story. You have to be aware of that. They're genetically modifying it and they're patenting their food. And so eventually they're going to have like one corn genome. They're going to get rid of all the other ones, and you can't grow the corn because they own it. Yeah, that's what the corporations are trying to do to you. So you have to stop them. Right? Yeah, Monsanto, right? Seedless line Monsanto has been doing it for decades to farmers. Yes, they are. I know. What's up, Boyd? I saw you, brother, when you came in. How you doing? So you really, literally have to realize that you got to stop them. Got to stop them. But here's the thing: other countries already have. You're talking about like Monsanto. The bread that you guys have in America is not considered food in the UK, so it won't. You can't even have it there. The same corporations who make shit food, Frito-Lay, they make chips over for the people over in the UK, and guess what? Their ingredients are like 5 ingredients. So don't let them fool you in saying it'll cost them too much to start making that food, because they're already making it and shipping it around the world. Over here, PepsiCo doesn't sell Frito-Lay potato chips here. They have another company called Smith's. And guess what? All the same chips, all the same flavors that are listed as Frito-Lay with the exact same packaging, only Smith's instead of Frito. Okay? Because guess what? The ingredients are far less, and it doesn't have all this hydrogenated this and soybean that and high fructose corn syrup and none of that, because it's illegal in this country. Okay? So don't let them believe that, and don't let them tell you that, well, it costs us too much to take all this stuff out of there and give you good food. No, it won't. They're already making it for the rest of the world. But there's 380 million Americans that they're keeping stupid. Over here, there's only 27 million Australians. Okay. And they said, no, can't bring it into this country. That's so true. We have seen them run water under the American bread. Yeah, right. Scaring me. If you can take it, if you take, and someone's done this, they took a burger from a burger joint and they set it outside and the animals won't eat it. They're like, oh no, man. Will you be willing to gather some good seeds for your area and mail them to us? Yeah, right. I mean, you can do that. You can order them from outside of the country and have them mailed to you. You can do that. But like over here in Australia, they regulate that. You can't bring shit in from outside of this country, right? They don't want aggressive species to take over, so you can't bring it in. If you get caught, you get in trouble, right? So you just got to get regulations put through that'll stop people from doing that. What do you think about fasting? Fasting is something that's very important. Tricking your body into doing that is a really good thing. There's a reason why they call it fast to sleep, by the way. You're fasting while you sleep. But the fasting changes all the chemistry inside your body. So you have to trick your body to get your body to do certain things, right? If you're in America, you're eating a lot of sugar. You need to get off that sugar so your body will go back to proteins, right? Your body, normally they tell you that fat's bad for you, but sugar's good for you. That's upside down. It's wrong. The fat is good for you. It's just, you can look up bad fat. There's bad fat and there's good fat, right? So the fat is good for you because your body will transmute that into fuel, and it'll start taking the fat out of your body and using that as fuel because it has a bunch of it. Okay. But if you keep eating sugar, it's just going to keep putting the fat out of the way because it doesn't need it, but it's storing it because it thinks that it needs it. So you need to give your body what it needs and don't give your body the other stuff. So fasting is good if you do it right, right? Ketosis. Yes. Ketosis. Okay. You achieve, do you see that what is it? John FF 40. Ketosis. You achieve the ketosis in your body, and when you do that, your body starts pumping on all cylinders. It's like if you take a car that you've been driving in the city, you guys in America, you know what I'm talking about. You drive it in the city for 6 months, damn thing doesn't work right. It's getting crap gas mileage. You take that thing out on the highway and you burn that carbon off of that thing by driving for a couple hours. All of a sudden, it's firing all cylinders, and the damn thing works better. You get better gas mileage. Why? You put air in the tires, you took it out, and you used it the way you were supposed to. You fast, you burn off all that crap. If you're eating Ascension food, that's all foods that are going to give you high energy, good energy. No fast food, no processed foods, no high sugar foods. Get away from that. That's evil. That's keeping you in 3D. Eat Ascension foods. Make your own food. Cook your own stuff. Grow your own stuff if you can. Okay. If you can't, buy organics. Okay. Eat that food. You're going to feel better. Your brain's going to work better. Your body's going to work better. Exercise is going to help your body to work properly with a fuel. right? My wife and I get up every morning, sometimes at 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning. We got up this morning because she was off this morning. We're both off, so we got up at 6. We get up and do Pilates. She's out there doing Pilates right now. Did you hear her? She just screamed that. I'm doing it now. She's out there working out right now, okay, doing Pilates, okay? She said she's doing a butt workout right now, okay? She's out there doing a butt workout. So you do that, you get in that routine, and at first you go, this sucks. But if you're doing it like we do you can do these Pilates exercises that are like 5 to 10 minutes long, and they will freaking burn, man. You do that, you don't have to work out for an hour. You don't have to lift heavy weights. Get your body metabolism working properly. Eat good food. You're going to sleep better. You're going to feel better. You're going to have more energy. You're going to be able to do this stuff. And fasting is a part of that, right? You trick the body, ketosis, get it into that, right? It's put your body in a high thermogenic state. Yes, Lloyd, right? So you are what you eat. If you eat good shit, you become good shit. If you eat bad shit, you become bad shit, right? Thank you for that, 40, right? I mean, true story, right? So you have to, your body is a temple. This is what I said in the video that I posted. I think I posted a couple of days ago. Things that you need to realize. First step of avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. Secondly, you're in a trap of the mind. This isn't happening to you. It's happening for you. Thirdly, your body is a temple. Your focus determines your reality. Your body is a temple. This is a trap of your mind. Okay, so you learn those things. Treat your body right. Physically fix your body. Your body's going to be more efficient. You're going to feel better and have more energy. Know that this is a trap of your mind. Food, your health is a trap of your mind. If you allow them to distract you, they will distract you and you will disintegrate and you will fall down and you will be unalived. If your body in motion stays in motion, a body at rest stays at rest, know that you will ascend faster when you are balanced. Balance your chakras, balance your food, balance your breathing, balance your body, balance everything. Thank you for that, Lloyd. Balance everything, and then you will all of a sudden have energy. You'll feel better. Your mind will think clearer. You will then start to ascend because you can't not. They keep you in that low vibration, like she said, by giving you the alcohol and the cigarettes and the food and all these things to get you addicted to where you feel good, but your body's going further down. Okay. They know that you are what you eat. They know these things. Okay. So you have to, yeah, but even the fruit these days, well, then if you're in America, you got to get organics or start growing your own shit or get out of that country. Okay. I left. I'm over here for that very reason, Justin, because they put so much crap in them. Now they're genetically modifying this stuff. And what are they doing with that? They're trying to make sure that our food, they're even putting it in the food to try and get it into the cows to try and get it into us, right? I'm in Australia. None of that happens. Okay. Leave that freaking country. Get out of there if you have to. That's what I did. Right. Or fix it. Right. Yell at people enough, no matter what you believe politically. Yell at those people who are in charge and demand it. In 2016, when I went to take care of my mother in Sacramento, in Carmichael, just outside of Sacramento, when I walked into the Safeway, wait, Brooke wants to say something.
Just finished. 6 minutes. Butt burn.
6 minutes butt burn. Look at her. So I went into it's funny how kosher food doesn't contain that BS, right? Okay, so there's something that the Hebrews got right. Kosher food doesn't have that crap. Halal doesn't have that crap. So you got these people that are that are from other places in the world that don't have that junk in it. So kosher food, halal food doesn't have that junk in it. Okay, so you can eat that stuff from these other countries that these people are like, oh, this is clean. Halal means the same as kosher. This is clean. This doesn't have crap and pesticides and sugars and fillers. Okay, so you just have to find that. So when I first went to Carmichael to start taking care of my mother, I went into the Safeway there, right? I'm not knocking Safeway. It was the store I went into. The organic portion of their produce aisle was one shelving unit that was about 25 feet by 6 feet wide. That was it. By the time I left there and put my mom into a home, or when she passed in a home, and I left there, that organic section in that same store was half of, or more than half of, the produce section. Okay. And the reason for that is that people were buying the organics and not the other stuff. Okay. You lead them with the money. The evil people will never do anything that is not profitable for them. So you can't force them to do anything except for when you make them do it because you don't buy the other product. So if you want good food, stop buying the crap food and they'll stop making it. Okay? Refuse to buy it. And oh, how is that going to change anything? Don't buy it. Tell the people at the register, I was going to buy this stuff, but you only have non-organic. I'm not going to buy it. Eventually, they're going to tell their boss. Eventually, that boss is going to tell his boss. When their production goes down and they're not buying it, they're not having anything for sale, they're going to go, why are people not buying our food? I don't know. Let's ask them. They're going to start asking questions and they're going to say, what's the other store doing? Like Walmart will say, what's Target doing? Target's making money. Well, they expanded their organic aisle and they're making money. Well, we better do the same thing or we're not making money. They will do what you want them to do because you, me, we are the ones who are in charge. They need our money. You only give it to them when they give you what you want, or you don't give it to them. You go somewhere else and you get it from somebody else. They will make changes. Okay? That's how you do it. Whoa, the sensation in my forehead just felt very strange. Never felt like this before. Well, there you go. It's open up that third eye, right? Organic, grass-fed. Did you hear Brooke? She said that means you're literally waking up right this second. My wife just said to you from the other room, right? She said, whatever you just did, do it again. All right, I'm going to take a bite of my cookie here, right? These are actually really good, too. Yeah, and I'm going to take a drink of my water here. She says, drink some water, baby. So I'm going to take a bite of my cookie and I'm going to drink some water. Brooke, you see what Justin said? It almost feels like it's rising. Brooke said, close your eyes and pay attention and see if you can see a color. If you see a certain color, she said, process the energy up and see if you can see a certain color. I'm going to take another bite of my cookie here. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I got to keep my blood sugar up so I can keep talking to you guys. Otherwise, I'll have to get off here. Justin, will do. I'll be right back. Yes, we are. We are healers. We're both Reiki masters. You can see that right here. We're both Reiki masters and we teach it. We're both healers and we're both here to help you. We're both spiritual life coaches, right? We literally teach this stuff all the time. That's why she's always, you can hear her when she's been coming in, she's giving life coaching. That's what she does. That's what we do. So yes, we are. What do you have to do? What is that? What do you have to do to move to Australia? Well, in this country, you have to have something to contribute to the country. They won't let you just like show up. So if you have a job and you can transfer here, they'll let you come here. Otherwise, you have to have a sponsor. Yeah, she said that you have to have a sponsor, so it's either a job or another person, and then you have different visas that you have to apply for to come over here. So if you have somebody who has a company that also has a company over here, the same business, whatever it is, and they have an office over here, if they transfer you over here, then the company will sponsor you, and you can get the visa to move over here and work for that company. If not, you have to have a family member or a friend or somebody that can sponsor you to come in here to this country. It's not like America where you can just run across the border and they'll let you stay. Over here, you have to have a reason to be here and do that. Like for me, I'm still an American and I have my American citizenship, but I've applied to stay here because Brooke and I are married. So and now I'm proving to them that we're really married, and then I can stay here. And it's taking a process. It's only been almost a year now, and it'll take a process, and eventually they'll go. There's a lot of stuff we had to do, and the hoops to jump through, and then I established myself over here in this country, and then they'll watch that and make sure that we're not lying, and that I'm not just paying her to say she's married to me.
Tell her to go to immigration.gov in Australia. All the information she needs will be in there.
You hear that?
And Lena, that the green light you were seeing, darling, is your heart chakra. So you might have been doing some healing on your heart and also your third eye. Third eye? Yeah, third eye. Purple third eye.
Lloyd, it is exactly. It's the same. I'm applying for citizenship in that same manner. I haven't applied for citizenship yet, but I have a visa now that I'm on that allows me to stay here for 2 years. At the end of that, they'll either say, no, you have to go home, or yeah, okay, you can stay. Then I'll have to apply for citizenship. It's the same as in America. Same thing with the seniors. If you have to have a sponsor, you still have to have a sponsor. You can come over on a visa and hang out, but you need to know somebody or have relatives or have a reason, because they don't want people just to show up and screw shit up, you know. So they're keeping it safe from people. And people still try to come over here, and they take boats over here and hop off their boats and try to stay and hide, and people catch them. And he's caught a couple of guys who did that. I'm gonna take another drink of my water. TikTok, this is not alcohol. I do not drink alcohol. So, but they do. I mean, I'm technically a senior, right? I'm 58, so right, that's technically a senior citizen, right? So they're allowing me to be over here. Not alcohol. That's right. No alcohol. I do not drink alcohol. So you have to realize that where you're at. See, and that's another thing. Let's go back to my book, The Reality About Reality. When you have to ask permission to go from one place to another, you got to realize that there's a form of control there, because people want your money that you owe them, right? So America wants money from me because I'm a citizen. That means they think they own me. Therefore, I owe them money until I retire, right? And so when I come over to Australia, I get a job over here. Now I don't owe that money to America because I'm in Australia. So Australia wants my money, so I have to pay that king a tithing over here, right? But America doesn't get a cut of it anymore. America doesn't like that because I'm working over here, not over there. You see, but then that's that now the, like say the Australians would be like, oh, now he's ours, right? He's your citizen, but he's working over here, so therefore we get his cut. We charge the tax, right? I didn't see anything, but I usually can't see anything with my eyes closed. Well, that's because you're trying to see things the way you do with these eyes when they're open. You have to realize that you're not going to see things this vivid. We talked about this earlier. You're not going to see things the way you see things with these eyes. Yeah, Justin, she said, "No, that's good. That means you have homework now for the next week." She said, you need to practice that. You need to practice closing your eyes and seeing if you can see anything with your third eye. It's not going to be vivid like this. It's different. That plane of existence is different, right? I don't know what this is. Well, what it is it's you. You need to then meditate on the third eye and it opening and seeing things. Meditate on that. Talk to your higher self. Talk to your guides. Meditate on that. And so it's funny. She's like, now you have homework. Right? Now you have homework. You have something to work on, right? So, yeah, so I guess it's just not open yet. No, it's opening, or you wouldn't be feeling it, right? But it's a process. Pardon me. Yeah, did you hear her? She said you may not even see the colors. You may just feel the colors or hear the colors, and everything's different for each person, right? Um, Live says I see colors. That's good, right? Can the Kundalini open it? Yes, your ascension is that. So the Kundalini is essentially pulling up energy from the universe and charging up through your chakras and balancing your chakras. So the Kundalini Kunda buffer energies, the masculine and feminine, respectively, Kundalini masculine, Kunda buffer feminine, will balance your chakras. In doing so, that will expand your consciousness. If you work on the Christ oil, the Christos, that happens in your body once a month, depending on, like last week, I went through that because I'm a Virgo. So I don't know what we're on to now, but whatever your astrological sun sign is, the moon moves in through that phase of every single sun sign once a month. And it's in and out of every sun sign in 3 days, 60 hours, 2.5 days. In that time period, you have two oils, that masculine and feminine oil, the honey-like substance, the milk-like substance. One is magnetism and one is energy, electricity. Those two mix, that goes down your spine, and they mix at the base of your spine in the place that in the ancient times they called Bethlehem, by the way. Then that goes back up your spine, gets carried up with the Kundalini Kunda buffer energy, goes crossed Bifrost, the rainbow bridge, all of your chakras, goes back up through your claustrum. That's where you get claws from, Santa Claus going up and down the chimney, leaving you a gift or giving you coal. It goes up. So you have to look into when the moon moves into your sun sign. In that time period, that 3 days, you don't eat, no alcohol, no crap food. You meditate, take care of yourself in that 3 day time period. Then that oil that sits at the base of your hippocampus, when it goes back up the claustrum to the hippocampus, sits there Christed. That's where it's unalived after it was crucified. And it sits there effectively unalived for 2.5 days. And if you don't eat of the tree of life in that time period, and you pay that tithing, that 10%, it then moves into your optic thalamus and goes with all kinds of DMT and expands and illuminates all of your brain cells and actually raises your consciousness. That's how you open your third eye, my friend. I talk about that in this book. There's also, you can get this anywhere in the world, or you can get it on ebook or on Kindle. You can also there's another book called God Man, the Bible Made Flesh. They also talk about it. There's videos on YouTube where you can watch, right? I drift off sometimes. Short circuit, I drift off sometimes. It's like a slightly blur, quick movie clip. Well, that's when you're either daydreaming or you're astral projecting or you're moving up into your consciousness. That's what's happening when you're doing that. Are we close to the Aquarius era? We are beginning. We're in the age of Aquarius now. We have been since 2012, but there's always a transitional phase. 2012, December 22nd, 2012, 23rd, 24th. That was the end of Baktun 12 on the old calendar from South America and Central America. Okay, and then you're supposed to move into the next big round, which is the Baktun 13. And everyone's like, well, they forgot to write the calendar and it ended. No, it didn't. That calendar is a circle. They lied to you and they're telling you that. Their calendar is a circle, two concentric circles, one here and one smaller, the little round and the big round. Okay, the little round just goes click, 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 click every day until it goes all the way back around and clicks the big round, one little step. That's how that calendar works. You can look that up. So we're now in Baktun 13, and that is the age of Aquarius. So that started in 2012. So here we are, what is that, 14 years later. So we were in that transitional phase between that waning of the Mars energy, the masculine energy, and the waxing of the new energy of the feminine, moving into the age of Aquarius. We're actually in the age of Aquarius now, and we're fully coming into 2026, 2027. You're going to feel that energy change. By the time we get to 2030, 2033, it's going to be very apparent that the energy is going to be completely different to the rest of the world, right? Is there anything that we've spoken about in this live that isn't in your book? Yes. No. Everything we've spoken about is in the book, and there's some stuff that we haven't spoken about that is in the book, right? And I'm clueless of the who, what, where, when, and why. That's we all are until we're not. That's just normal. Let's see. Hi, will you please ask why the orbs would find someone around for months? The orbs, you just have to talk to them and figure it out. It's either depends on the orbs and how big they are. If they're small orbs, it's fairy kin. You got fairy folk messing around with you trying to get your attention. If it's big orbs up in the sky, then it's somebody from another dimensionality. Either way, it's somebody trying to get your attention. Yes, like a daydream, someone will be talking to me, and then I'm gonna zone out. That's normal. That means that you're communicating with either your higher self or your guides at that point, or you're starting to try and astral project. A daydream is basically doing that. When you meditate, what you're trying to achieve there is basically you're trying to control your daydream. You're daydreaming, and you're trying to orchestrate what you want to achieve with the daydream and moving up to a higher plane of existence so that you're quieting the mind. So the ego, the conscience, and the thinking mind is still there, but it's quieter because you're supposed to be coming into who you are in that equation, that without those being loud, you're still there. That's what you're trying to achieve. So you're doing that naturally. You're being pulled out, and your focus is shifting into that place, and you're okay with existing there, and you're having communications. You should talk and ask questions and find out what you're there for. Right? you would probably learn something. Which dimension is the astral realm in? You're looking at 4 and 5D and everything above that. The astral realm is not in third dimensionality. Third dimensionality is physical. That's third dimension. The astral is outside of physicality, outside of time, in the density. Dimensionality, this place, dimension. Density is non-physical, spiritual. So when you're in astral projection, you're in the third density, or you're moving up to fourth density, fifth density, because that's eventually where you're going to be. The density is the denser that becomes, that's you moving away from your physicality more into your spiritual body. That's just what happens as you move up. Third dimension, very physical. Fourth dimension, slightly less physical than this place. Fifth dimension, if you were to literally shift into 5D right now and go halfway through 5D, you would find that if you're in a physical human body, you're going to have no legs. You're going to be floating in the air, moving around. You don't need to have legs, but you're still going to have arms, and you're going to start to become see-through. By the time you get into the sixth density, because there's no more dimensionality, to the density, you're going to be energy, and you're going to be in a completely different realm of existence that is completely light energy from that point on back to the creator. So if I keep getting sleep paralysis and pulled into astral, it's important that I go, yeah, it's not going to hurt you. You're going to expand your consciousness. You just have to, when you're in the sleep paralysis, make the realization that you're actually out of body, you're astral projecting at that point. And then figure out why you're there. Why did I become conscious outside of my body, but still around my body? What is it that I'm needing to do here? Talk to your guides, your higher selves, angels, whatever you are aware of, right? And then find out why you're there. Let's see. Why is it that they want to keep us here and not to ascend? Because they're living in the physical plane. To them, this is everything. So money, power, fame is all that they see because it's reality to them. They're self-serving, so they're wanting money, power, fame, and control. So the longer they can keep you here, the more they keep all of that. If they keep everybody's attention on what they want, we're all sitting here going, they're in charge. We can't do anything about it. They're just in charge. It doesn't even matter if we vote. They're just in charge, and they just own us. And then they do. And then they just give it to their family members, and they just keep the physicality because they don't believe there's anything besides this. So this is important to them. They have to have it all. And that's what they're doing. And they're focusing your attention, keeping you stuck here so they keep control of you, and they own you. And they tell you they own you. And if they don't know that they own you, they'll just try to move from one country to another without question, without permission. You're not going anywhere. You can't get there. You have to run across the border or get your own boat and try to sneak on board to someone else's land because there's somebody who's in charge there, and you have to report in so they get some of your money from you. Do you see? So they're doing that because they believe that that's all. People who are 3D believe this is all there is. They think I'm crazy. If you're nothing but third dimensionality, you're going to think I'm crazy. You're going to think that what I'm saying is just insane. I'm just making it up because you're sure that this is all there is. So those people who are in service to self, they believe this is all there is. And it's only the top echelon of those people know that it's not all there is, but they don't want anybody to know that because they want all the riches. They want all the money. They want to own everything. And then they want you to believe that they own it. It's just it's the makeup of someone who is self-serving, is to use people, own people, collect people, do what they want to people and gain power and money and fame. That's all that's important to them. It's a diamond. It's a gold, my precious, my precious, right? Because it's stuff. Because they don't believe there is anything else, so they have to have stuff. That's why they're doing it. That's what it's about for them. The latest one was 3 people. Wait, let me make sure I didn't. Yeah. The latest one was 3 people. 2 may have been disagreeing and one holding a phone. And that was it. So it might have been just a daydream then. You have to look into that. It's metaphors. Dreams are metaphors. Even daydreams can be metaphors. You have to realize what is it? What is symbology? What is the symbology? What does it simulate? What is they trying to tell me? Is astral projection one of the abilities that comes from third eye opening? Yes. Absolutely. All psychic abilities. I tell people we'll teach you Reiki 1, 2, and 3. If you're in service to others and you want to be a healer and you want to service everybody, but you want to wake up all of your psychic abilities, but you don't want to pay somebody to have to teach you every single psychic ability, because I can do that. If you only want one, I can teach you. That's what we do. My wife and I teach that. If you just want one, we teach every psychic ability you've ever heard of. We teach it. If you only want one, I'll teach you how to do it. It's going to cost you money. Because nothing is for free in this place, because I wish it was. Until I can eat, sleep, and not have to pay for all of this, I try to give away what I can for free, like I'm doing now. But if you want to become awake and open up your third eye in every psychic ability, Reiki 1, 2, and 3. Okay. But you have to go through the process of learning Reiki 1, learning Reiki 2, and then eventually learning Reiki 3. It'll take a year of your time, right? But when that's over and you become a master, you will go and everything will wake up. Ask my wife. Everything will wake up. You will then have every psychic ability that you need at your disposal. It is not a lie. I tell people all the time, we don't want this to become a religion, but it is a way of life, and it has been since the sensei, since Usui had that gift bestowed on him, right? Let's see, make sure I'm not. Yes, how do I do that? If you want more information, email us right here, merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. Put down, this is my handle on TikTok. This is who I am. I want more information. We will send you an email with all of our information. And then we can set up times to teach you whatever it is that you want. Even if you just want life coaching or spiritual life coaching, and you want to do it one-on-one, not on air, you want to ask some questions, right? You can book me, or you can book Brooke, or you can book us both, and then we can talk, right? Defense Against the Dark Arts gives you free access to me for 4 hours a day for 2 days, right? For $88 Australian. So if you're in America, it's more like 63 or 65. Right? And you can ask whatever questions that you want. We tell people this is the best bang for your buck. But if you want to wake up and you want to open up that third eye, and you want to also become a healer at that point and open up every ability, right there. Reiki 1, Reiki 2, and Reiki 3. That is also 2 days each. Zoom calls. I think we're going to do Reiki 3 might be 3 days. We're working on expanding that because there's more that we wanted to add to it. So we're looking at maybe making the Reiki 3 days instead of 2. Reiki 1 and Reiki 2 we can do in 2 days, but we think that Reiki 3 should be 3 days. So we're looking at doing that. So be aware of that, but that's not going to change the price, right? Apart from the obvious, what would change about yourself? Everything. Um, you will learn to eat better. You will learn to treat people better. You will no longer be aggressive in that you will not seek arguments. You will not try to have people around you that are full of drama. You will become less dramatic. In fact, you'll become a hermit at some point because you won't want that energy around you. Your energy will change. People that are 3D will start hating on you and thinking you're crazy. And you know what I mean? So every aspect of your life will change when you wake up. Every aspect in ways that you can't even imagine until it starts happening. Some people in your family will think you're crazy. Some people around you will stop being your friend. That'll happen, and then you'll meet other people that are more awake, and you'll find that you have a better relationship with people that are awake. You'll find yourself trying to stay away from the children, because not like young people, but people, because you realize that humans are between 11 and 14 years of age mentally, because you'll expand your consciousness and become an actual adult, and you'll look at them and go, wow, I don't know if I can deal with them right now. That's just crazy, right? I got a 5-year-old that is just like that. So everything about you changes, and it's like the list is just almost limitless, right? If they want us around, why create so much disease and people suffering? Because they need you to also recycle, okay? Because you're veiled and you go through life, you become unveiled the longer that you're alive. So they need your life expectancy to be short, so that you become unalived, and then you recycle and you get revealed again. That's why they're doing that. They keep you hurt, they keep you diseased, they keep you sloppy, they keep you melty, they keep you poisoned, and you can't expand your consciousness, and you can't get out of here. So you have a short lifespan, and you just keep coming back, and you never wake up to realize what's happening. Let's see. I remember feeling the fall, feel like I'm unaliving, then in the extreme speed in the spiral with the light. Well, that happens if you're going through a near unalived experience, right? What are the 3 eye abilities? What are the 3 eye abilities? Or are you saying third eye abilities? Oh, third eye. You're trying to say. What is the third eye? I read that wrong. What is the third eye? Well, the third eye is sight. So all the clairs that you get, right? The clairvoyance, clairsentience, all of those psychic abilities is a part of the third eye. All of it is spell casting, magic, any of that stuff. So astral projection is expanding of your consciousness. So if you can see with your third eye, you can then travel, because you're not going to be seeing with these eyes anymore. You're going to be seeing through those eyes. Same thing with when you're healing someone, you'll have the ability to actually be able to see and or feel or sense someone has an injury or something in their bodies. All of that stuff unlocks. You'll be able to communicate with trees. You'll be able to communicate with animals. You'll be able to communicate with a rock. Sounds crazy right now, but you'll see colors more vividly. It'll be insane. The energy. Animals don't run from you as much. You can walk up and look at a bird, and if you get too close, the bird's going to have to run because it's afraid that you might try to grab it. But you can sit there, and animals will look at you and go, wow, hey, and you go, hey, how's it going? They won't see you as that threat. They won't immediately run from you because you're not dangerous to them anymore. So nature stops snubbing you. There's so much that happens when the third eye opens. What about imagination? Is that one? Well, your imagination is your thought and it's your creative control and ability. So if you're thinking straight and your focus determines your reality, your imagination, that which you think is you thinking and making something up, is actually that which you think, which you're thinking to make something happen. So that changes as well, right? So what you think you can become, your focus determines your reality. So when you realize, open your third eye and realize what I focus on determines the reality of the whole. So that if I'm a good person, that's going to uplift everybody around me to become a better person, whether they like it or not. If I eat properly, other people are going to see me doing that. I might inspire someone. So my focus determines my reality. So whatever you can think of and manifest will happen, because then you'll know that you can do it. You'll see that you can do it. You'll see the results and you'll be able to do it. So your imagination becomes more powerful as well. Let's see. Not thinking when meditating is where I'm struggling. That's the problem, is to quiet the mind. That's the problem for everybody. That's the hardest part, just so you know. Okay, so you're not alone. Yeah, right. Brooke said it's okay to think, just don't give it any energy, and so it can go away. Right. So that is the hardest part. The hardest part of meditation is learning to focus your thoughts so that you're only thinking about what you want to think about, because your mind wanders. It wants to. Right. I have the same problem. Everyone struggles with that part. It's when you're sitting there, you're trying to meditate, all of a sudden you find yourself thinking about, I got to get gas in the car and I got to remember to get milk when I go to the store, and oh crap, I didn't put anything out for dinner. Wait, what am I doing? I'm supposed to be meditating. That's normal. It's just like when you're trying to go to sleep at night and you keep thinking and you're trying to shut off your mind, and all of a sudden you shut it off and fall asleep. Same thing with meditation. It just takes time. It's not an easy thing, right? Can you be ill and still be awake? Yes, absolutely. Being awake has nothing to do with your physical body being healthy or not. Although it's easier to be awake if you take care of your physical body and your physical body's not sick. But we get sick. I still catch things, right? If that's what you mean. I still catch things. We're fighting off, colds and flus all the time. Right. So yeah, fluoride. Yeah. Get the fluoride out of there. Right. Fluoride is one of their tools to block. Yes, absolutely, my friend. Town. Yes. Stop putting fluoride and aluminum into your body, right? So get toothpaste with no fluoride in it. Get deodorants that doesn't have aluminum in it. Get that stuff out of your system so it doesn't get into your brain and clog your brain up, right? Learn nutrition so that you don't have that stuff. What does weed do to your state of consciousness, and what do you think of integration of experiences? Yes, I'm not a doctor, and all this information that we're talking about here is for entertainment purposes only, Justin, but anything that helps you expand your consciousness is a good thing for you. So, conversation, thinking, learning a language, maybe doing a few other things is good for you if it's expanding your consciousness. That's why they make it illegal. That's why they don't want you to read, they don't want you to learn, they don't want you to think for yourself, and you can't have any of those things that expand your consciousness. But you can drink alcohol, which lowers your vibration, and smoke cigarettes, which lower your vibration, and eat all kinds of crap food with a bunch of sugar that lowers your vibration. But anything that raises your vibration, illegal. You don't come here any wrongo. You owe me $5 already, right? Oh, good. So I'm not doing it wrong. No, you're not. You're not doing it wrong. Yeah, is falling asleep with meditation okay? The monks, remember that I am a monk. I was knighted by the Roman Catholic Church. The monks have a secret: caffeine, tea. If you want to meditate, you don't want to fall asleep, tea, right? Drink tea. You won't fall asleep. However, your mind will race a little bit more, so you'll have to struggle with quieting the mind, but you won't fall asleep. Right? I live in the lead belt of Missouri, right? Yeah, right. Yes, that's what I asked. Yeah, yin and yang. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, right. So that's the Vesica Pisces, the yin and the yang. So that's the yin and the yang is the overlapping of your lower three chakras, your upper three chakras, and the heart chakra. The Vesica Pisces is the heart chakra. Okay. So the yin and the yang is the symbol of turn it sideways and put it on your body, right? Feminine, masculine, and both overlap because that's where they both overlap is in the heart. Evil people who are self-serving in physicality, they still love. They only love themselves. People who are living in the spiritual are more spiritual minded. They're more caring and loving of other people. They love themselves, but they also love other people. So it's the yin and the yang. You got to find the feng shui of the yin and the yang to make it work right. That's the Mitsubishi, the Japanese call it. That's where you get that. That's why the car Mitsubishi, look at the symbols, 3 diamonds. That's what that means. Mitsubishi is Japanese for 3 diamonds. Lower chakras, upper chakras, triple toroidal field, yin and yang. Okay. We teach that in Reiki, by the way. We show you how all of those converge into the Kundalini Kunda buffer energy and balancing the chakras and the meridians and everything else in your body. That's part of the training of Reiki 1 and Reiki 2 and Reiki 3. How much do your courses cost? Depends on the course. Depends on what we're doing. That's why it's best if we send you an email. I think, let me put this back up and see if it shows you that's the wrong one. I apologize for that. Where is it? Is it this one? There you go. That doesn't have our prices on there. Oh, okay. Sorry. Well, you can see the courses. It just doesn't have the prices on there. Email us and we'll send that to you. Okay. Because each course is different. Like the Defense Against the Dark Arts is 88 Australian dollars. So if you're in America, that's more like 65 to 63. I don't know what your dollar is right now. The dollar's stronger. Pound sterling and the euro are stronger than the Australian dollar. So that $88 for the 2-day gig will cost you somewhere between 58 and 65 because your money goes a lot further. Same thing with the other stuff. No way I had a brand new Mitsubishi Outlander Pearl White, had it for 15 years. The symbol of Mitsubishi is 3 diamonds. Yeah, the words Mitsubishi means 3 diamonds. Yeah, people don't realize that. That's what it means. Mitsubishi, 3 diamonds. That's what you're saying. 3 diamonds. Mitsubishi. Actually, it means diamonds 3. Mitsubishi. Diamonds 3. That's a religion. That's part of their religion. Polish the 1 diamond, which is the upper 3 chakras, feminine. Polish the other diamond, which is the bottom 3 chakras, masculine or physical, right? Mind, body, spirit. Mind, right? Body, physicality, and spirit. So the body would be the heart chakra. So the 3 diamonds is the 1 is the heart chakra. 2 is the upper chakras. 3 is the bottom chakras. Mitsubishi. And if you look, they have it done like this, right? So you have the 2 planes and the upper. So that's the way they have it that way. Mitsubishi is mind, body, spirit. Polish those, keep them in balance. That's balancing the 7 chakras, and you can ascend to heaven, right? I talk different about life, the creator, etc. Harmony is missing, right? Well, you have to find that. That's why as a theologian, I read all these religions and I try to show you guys that they're all the same. They're all essentially telling you the same thing. Then there's semantical things. They're telling it different because, like the story of Jesus coming down from God's Son, coming down and representing in the physical, and then becoming unalived and ascending back to heaven. Odin and Thor both did the same thing. Okay, Odin came down and was crucified and then went back up, and Thor came down and was unalived and then saved and then went back up and became the light of the world. Same story. Moses did the same thing, right? Moses is the telling of the same story. Marduk in the ancient times from fighting Tiamat did the same thing. Okay, so that story is universal. It's the same story being told slightly different because it's a different time and a different place and a different culture and a different language. But the name, and this is why I said you have to realize that archon means archangel today to most of you. We don't use the word archon anymore, but it's still there. And people go, archon must have been an alien. No, the concept of what that archon is the same concept of what we call an archangel. Okay, so you have to realize that the savior character is the same. Shiva did the same thing in the Hindu religion. Okay. So when you look at these religions, you'll find that they have a savior character. There's a slight difference in the dichotomy between male dominated God, female dominated God, or dual aspect, but they all had a son, and that son all came down to earth and then went back up to heaven. Right. So you just have to realize that it happens a slightly different. Moses came down and was delivered out of the basket of the river, which is very synonymous with a lot of religions, by the way. Then he came out and was the savior of the people. But he didn't know it, didn't realize it. And then when he did, he descended as a commoner and then was cast out and supposed to go and wander in the desert till he became unalived. And he wandered in the desert until he gave up. He gave up and fell. But then the Creator resurrected him and didn't let him become unalived. And then he went to work for the Creator. And then he was sent back to save the people and become the light of the people and lead them out of darkness into light. Same thing, just told slightly different. Okay. Yeah, most people don't know that Mitsubishi means that, right? Yeah, I'm learning Japanese, but if you learn about spirituality, you find that out because you find out that that's what they're talking about in that religion. So, right, I talk different about life. Oh, I saw that. I hate to ask you, can you repeat that one more time for my son? Which part? Tell me which part, and I'll repeat it for your son. Let me know what you want me to repeat, and I'll start over and repeat it. And what's the difference between Reiki and Defense Against the Dark Arts? Well, Defense Against the Dark Arts is we're going to tell you definitively. Here's all of the negative stuff. Here's all the what people do to you, and all the negative things that you're up against. Okay, including like propaganda, dark magic, all of that. Here's what you do to protect yourself so that they can't do those things. Thank you for that. Right? That's what Defense Against the Dark Arts is. Reiki is teaching you. Reiki is Japanese. It means Rei means light. Ki is energy. Like Chinese, it's Qi. Ki is energy. So it's light energy, source energy from God. So Reiki, me teaching you Reiki, is going to teach you. I'm going to attune you to this energy that you're going to pull from the universe, to pull through your body and to put out through your hands to other people, to heal them, to charge them with that energy that their body is going to absorb and heal. Okay. So Reiki 1 is about learning to heal the self, transmuting that energy into self to upgrade yourself. Reiki 2 is learning how to transmute that energy to give it to other people. And Reiki 3 is learning how to expand to the point of being able to tune people and give them that ability. So there's a big difference there, right? Well, let's see what else here. I tried ordering your book; it wouldn't let me check out. Oh, I'm not sure why. God, where did you try to order it from? Yeah, go to my publisher is Author House. So if you go to my Facebook page, look up Leonard O'Neill on Facebook. There's a link to it, right? Or look it up and find it, and go to Author House, and it'll let you. That's the publisher that if you're in America or over in that area. The Mitsubishi and the Chakra. Okay, so let me know when he's ready, and I'll tell him that. Okay, so he's probably old enough to know Kundalini, right? So the Kundalini is the masculine energy that the Hindus talk about. The concept of that, they have two energies. One is Kundalini, one is Kunda buffer. Okay, that's the energy that has to do with going up your spine and healing your chakras. The Japanese have the same version of that, but they don't call it Kundalini. The Greeks did too. They don't call it Kundalini. They don't call it Kunda buffer. They call it Mitsubishi. Okay, so the Mitsubishi, the vehicle, the symbol on that company's logo is 3 diamonds because the words Mitsubishi means 3 diamonds. The concept in the Japanese religion of ascension back to the Creator is by polishing and keeping bright the 3 diamonds. Those diamonds are physicality, the bottom 3 chakras, physical plane, the upper plane, which is spiritual, and the heart. Each one of those is a diamond in the Japanese ancient religion. If you polish the plane of mind, body, and soul, you go to the Creator. So the soul would be in the heart. The mind is the upper 3 feminine. The body is physicality. So it coincides with all of the chakras, only they have the triple toroidal field. Okay, that's the yin and yang, where you have that in the darkness there is one dot of light, and in the light there's one dot of darkness. That's because the overlapping that is that. Hopefully he's listening, right? Hopefully you were ready when I started talking. The overlapping part in that yin and yang is the heart chakra, because there's a toroidal field that is the feminine energy that goes to the heart chakra. Toroidal field goes from the heart chakra to the physicality, one diamond, two diamonds, body, mind, soul in the heart. And so it covers the heart, because people who are living in the physical plane love themselves, so they love. People who are living in the non-physical plane or in the spiritual love other people, because they're not self-serving. They're in service to others. So the heart is where both reside, because evil people still love. They just love themselves. Good people love other people. Okay. So the Mitsubishi literally means diamonds three, but we talk backwards in English. So it's three diamonds. So that's why the symbol for the car, the company, is Mitsubishi. And it's the three diamonds. You polish those. That is balancing the mind, the body, and the spirit, so that you can go to heaven. Hopefully he was listening and he heard that. If he has any questions, just have him ask and type it, and I'll answer. Let's see. Yes, that's the website it took me to. It should let you. Yeah, it should let you check out. If not, try it on Amazon. You'll just if you go to Amazon, you'll probably get it delivered, but then it'll. I won't make as much money off of it because Amazon takes a cut. So you can get it on Amazon. I don't know what country you're in. If you're in anywhere in Europe or the Americas, you can get it on Amazon. In fact, I think you can get it on Amazon everywhere, including here in Australia. So you should be able to get that right. Yes, you heard every word. Okay. And if he has any questions, let me know. So all of the people, the Greeks, the Romans, the Hindus, the Indians, the people over in the East, they all knew about the chakras. We use the word chakra because it comes from Hinduism, and that's the chakras. Like I said before, the Greeks called it the kirkos. That's the circle, spindle wheel, circle within a circle. You heard that in the Bible. So they called it that, right? Does Reiki teach ascension and third eye abilities in Kundalini? Yes. You're going to get all of that because we're going to teach you that. I make sure that the stuff I'm telling you right now is part of the course that I teach you, that we teach you. I say I, but my wife and I. Okay, we put that together. We were both, we're both Reiki masters. We both had. I had two different Reiki teachers, and she's had two different Reiki teachers. Okay, and we took all of that information from that, and there's a whole group of us that are Reiki masters around the world that compile on a website all of our information. Okay, and we're trying to keep things traditional without getting crazy and turning into a religion, but we want to get you guys the most information to encompass all of everything like this. And so Brooke and I have decided to show you guys how the Greeks, the Romans, the Hindus, how they all understood, the Egyptians, they all understood the same thing, even the Hebrews, they all understood the same thing. They just called it something different, and people don't realize it means the same thing. So we show you that in there. So when you become a Reiki master, by the time you do that, to answer the question a little bit further, that who was asking that question, that one of you were asking in there about waking everything up, you will, all of that will wake up. That was Justin that said that. All of that will unlock in you, right? His father and him loved car, so they found that very knowledgeable. Oh yeah, right. It was, yeah. And if people understood that, those guys, I'm not a part of that company, and I don't get any money from them, and I've never owned a Mitsubishi, but they were very like spiritual about making that car and making those. I'm very proud of that, and so that's why they named it that, right? As an American, if you're an American, then that means that, when the Japanese attacked the United States, they were flying the Mitsubishi Spitfire aircraft that was the World War II fighter plane and bomber plane that attacked the United States. The engine was made by Mitsubishi, but they still, I mean, that was very spiritual and religious for them in that respect. Let's see. Let me see what you're saying here, right? Okay, I'm going to email you guys. Thank you, Justin. Yeah, just email us. Make sure you say I'm Justin Lewin in the chat, or in the from the live. And then if you want information, let us know, and then we'll send you. We have this whole thing, which is pow, and send it all to you with everything that you want to know. And let me know if you were able to get that book. You should be able to. I don't know why it wasn't letting you check out. Reset your. And then, yeah, Brooke said we can also email you the link. So if you send an email, we'll put the link in the email to there. You can either get it, like I said, you can get it on Kindle and ebook if you want it on your thing. But if you want a hard copy, do that. If you're over here in Australia, I'll mail you one. So if you're in Australia, let me know. I'll send the email and let me know that you're here in Australia, and then you can just buy one from me and I'll mail it to you. I'll even sign it for you. But if you're outside the Australia, it'll cost me $40 to mail it back to you. The United States, cheaper for you to just buy it over there and have it sent to you. All right, let's see. If I take the course and make progress, can I still operate in 3D like I have a career in that? Yeah, absolutely. Yes, it doesn't change anything, right? It doesn't change. If you're awake completely like I am, doesn't change anything. I'm still operating in 3D because this is where we're at, right? That just means that I'm attached to my higher self and I can talk as my higher self, but I'm still in 3D doing 3D things.
Still in a 3D body.
Still in the 3D body.
This is why you get symptoms of dizziness and stuff like that when we go up. It's not because it's unhealthy for us. It's because our body's adjusting to being at a higher level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Right. Yeah, Lena. Hopefully it works. I don't know why it would be doing that. It should be fine, especially if you're at the Author House thing, because it is in production. It's not like I have it out of print. It's in print. But otherwise, try it at like Amazon, because I know you can get it at Amazon. It just means I get paid less. Right? If you buy it at Amazon, I make like $3 from the book or $4 from the book, if that. If you buy it on like ebook or Kindle for $5, I still get like $3 for the book, right? So I always tell people, and they're like, "Where do you make the most money?" I'm like, if you buy the book directly from me, or if you buy it on the ebook. But if you want a hard copy, which I don't have one here, I'd show it to you. You can see it on the screen here, right there in front, right there. But yeah, like I said, if you're in Australia, I'll mail it to you. But in America, it'll cost me $40 to mail it to you. It'd be cheaper for you to buy it online and have them send it to you, right? Let's see. It's so sick that we're literally in a video game where we can actually level up. Yeah, I mean, that's why as above, so below. So the reason that we've created video games that way is because this is that way, whether we know it or not. So we made school with the different levels that you level up, and your job has different levels and you level up, and so we're only emulating what we got from the creator. The creator has us leveling up, so whether subconsciously or super consciously, we know that leveling up is the thing, right? And so we just manufacture that and move it into the same thing, right? That's what we're doing. I'm gonna eat my last cookie here, right? Sorry guys, let me take a bite of this. I don't know if this is a bad question, but as you ascend, can you still have physical? Yes, you can. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing changes. You're in the physical body still. I tell you this, it gets better. And if you're a Reiki master, it gets better. As you ascend, you actually, because you feel better and your body works better, all sensations are better. So when you have sex, it's better sensation because you get more of a connection. And so if you're with somebody who's also a master, you guys mind meld more than you do. So everything is accentuated even more. So there's more sensuality in the sexuality. So there's more of an energy transfer that you can feel. So it actually enhances that stuff. Are there extraterrestrials helping with ascension? Yes. Some of you are extraterrestrials. You just don't know it. You weren't born here. I wasn't born here. This body was born here, right? But the spirit that's in here is not from here. So in that respect, I'm an alien from that respect. I just didn't fly here in a spaceship. Not in 3D anyway, right? So there are extraterrestrials in 3D. There are some in 3D, but most people that are 3D are still fighting the whole 3D thing, right? So when you're in third dimensionality, if you watch like The Chosen, the story about Jesus, you'll see they show you in there that Jesus, so he's supposed to be the son of the creator. He comes down in physical form. He's in 3D in a 3D body. Guess what? He is exposed to and has to deal with all of the same emotions and things that we have to deal with. So if you watch that series, you'll see that in the beginning, he was afraid. He was by himself and he was kind of scared and he was praying. That's a vulnerability because he's dealing with the same shit that we all have to deal with in the third dimension. When you're down here, this place is rough. This place is hard. This place is scary because you're here. You have an ego. You have a conscience. So your ego is blah, 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 blah. Your conscience is blah, 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 blah. And that stuff gets you freaked out. You can get like, anxiety and stuff, right? Can you manifest physical parts for your body to change like the structure or the build? No, you're still human, but you can make it upgrade. You can upgrade it to where it's just by eating the right foods and exercising, your body is going to be stronger and you're going to be less apt to get sick. You're going to be less apt to disease. You're going to be like you're going to become almost immortal. You become like a superhuman. If you actually eat right, meditate, take care of yourself, all of a sudden you're not sickly anymore. You don't get sick. Your body has better energy. It becomes more efficient. Right. So that in that respect, right? So is reincarnation real, or what happens when you die? Yes, it is real. You do reincarnate, whether you want to believe so or not. When you're in the body and the body ceases, your immortal spirit is forever. You don't disappear. You don't become unalived. You then move to a place of reflection and you start designing another life with your higher self and your guides. And then you decide who you're going to be, whether you're going to be a man or a woman, and whether you're going to be who your parents are going to be, your siblings, all of that. Those are all factored in. You contracted to the people who you live with. You come with a group of people and you kind of stay with that group of people, and you end up meeting each other in life. You're either parents and cousins and grandma and grandpa and mom and dad, brothers and sisters. You stay in a little family unit, and you just move around in that family unit over the different lives. You help one another, and then you ascend. So yeah, but you reincarnate 7 to 10 times. It takes the average person between 7 and 10 lifetimes to go from becoming first self-aware, I think therefore I am, to I am therefore I think, the second awareness. So the first awakening is I am worth something, I am something. I'm not just running on instinct, I am actually something. And your next awakening and awareness is not only am I something, but I am immortal and I am forever. So that's the illumination, the second illumination. The first one is I have a worth, self-worth. I am alive. I want to be alive and I think. So I'm a person and I have value. That's your first awakening. Your second awakening is I am something that is part of the creator, and expand your consciousness into I am a co-creator and I can create here. We all can create here and I have power, and that's your second awakening. That's the illumination. Then there's more above that, but we don't want to get into that right now. What do you think about the 3-day fast, and what would it do and what to do after it? Fasting, you have to decide. Each person has to decide what they're willing to do and what they want to do for fasting. Fasting is good. How long you fast is an individual choice, right? So you have to decide what you want to do. If you want to go 3 days, go 3 days. Just don't do something that's going to end your life, right? So there are certain things that you need to consume to stay alive. You might be able to go without the food, but you got to have water. So be careful what you're doing. Make sure you're doing it right. Make sure you're not going to unalive yourself. But everybody should do some form of fasting, even if it's only 12, 15 hours every now and then or something. That's why they call it fast to sleep, because you get an 8-hour start by sleeping. If you sleep 8 hours, that's fasting. That entire time you're not eating, you're sleeping. So that's actually counts as part of your fasting. You have to realize that. You don't want to just go, well, it's only real when I'm awake. That's just not right. It's not what you're doing, right? So you have to realize that, right? So when do we go? Wait a minute. So when we go reincarnate and come back here? So yeah, when you become unalived, right? Your immortal soul leaves this physical body because it no longer needs it, and the body is deceased. Your soul goes to you get collected, and your soul goes to a place of healing first to make sure you reintegrate to your higher self. Then you go to a place of reflection, and that's the halls of Amente, that big, whatever you want to call that, the Akashic records, or the great, whatever you call it. Some people call it the mansion in the sky with all the rooms. You go there, and then you design your life. Then you get mind wiped again, unless you're going to come back awake. Then you get inserted. Your immortal soul gets inserted into a new little fetus, and then you go through that whole process of gestation and being born and coming out and not knowing what's going on and living another life. And you do that 7 to 10 lifetimes until you wake up. So how did Jesus and Moses go 40 days? They didn't go 40 days without eating. That's just people are like making stuff up. One of them even in the desert with no food or water. You can do that for a while. That's crazy. But those people who do that are usually ascended masters that do that. I mean, big ones, right? Because if you go, they would have water. You don't go with food without food and water. You can't make it. Your body, this physical body, cannot make it without water for more than like a few days. You will cease to exist from exposure. So you have to have water, but you can go without food for a while before you have a problem. If you're real skinny to begin with, it's not going to take long, and your body's going to start eating itself, and that'll shut down organs and stuff like that, right? So a lot of the stories where they're like, yeah, they went 40 days with no food and water. No, they didn't. Not on a physical plane, and if they did, that's why they say it. They say it that way because then they go, there's no human that could have done that. So clearly, if he did it for 40 days, he must be God or the Son of God. That's why those stories come that way. But it's rare that you're going to find somebody that actually sits without food that long and doesn't become unalived, right? So if you're very overweight, you have plenty of fuel, your body will eat itself, and you'll lose some of the fat, a lot of it, and you'll lose a lot of weight in 40 days, but you will. And so if you're drinking stuff like bone broth and water and stuff like that, you can go without food. There are people that have done that, but you're still consuming something. You can't go without water. Your body will cease to be without water, right? Wait, you said that you leave your body and get wiped before the next incarnation. Yes, when this body ceases, you become unalive. This body is no longer viable. You're not in 3D. You're outside of that. So then you go, and then when you come back, your memory gets taken away from you. You get veiled again, so you don't remember who you are. But if you're coming back to this body,
before your next reincarnation, you're awake when you get reincarnated, but you fall asleep.
Yeah, when you come back and get born, you get locked into 3D and you fall asleep. You lose that. That's why children, a lot of times they're really young and they'll talk to you if you get them when they're still awake, and they're like, I remember this and I remember that. And people are like, oh, don't they have a great imagination? And you don't realize they're still awake. They haven't fully gotten integrated into 3D yet, right? So you see that happening a lot, right? So, okay, I'm going to need to go. My wife is telling me that it's time. I've been on here for 4 hours, 20 minutes. So I'm going to need to go off here so I can actually have some food instead of just snacking on some stuff. So the loved ones that have passed can't come back and visit us because we reincarnate. No, you can still talk to them. They're just not physically able to come and sit. You can talk to your mom, dad, grandma, grandpa all the time. You just have to expand your consciousness and realize that mediums do that for you, because you don't have that ability unlocked in you. So you go to a psychic, and a psychic talks to them for you. You can learn to do that yourself, right?
Because you're talking to the higher self, not the physical body.
Yeah, because it's not the physical body that you're talking to, right? It's the higher self. So when you're talking to, say, your dad, you're talking to the spirit that was your dad, okay? And he's going to talk to you as if he was your dad, but he's not in that physical body. You're talking to his immortal soul, right? All right, guys, I love you. I'm going to get some food. I'll see you guys next time, right? Make sure you click that thing and hit the bell and follow us. I'll be back live probably Monday or Tuesday of next week. You just got to hit that bell so you know when I go live, okay? And then you can ask more questions or email us at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com if you want more information. We'll send that to you. To all the classes that we teach. If you guys are interested in that, all of them will be on Zoom calls unless you're in Australia, specifically New South Wales, Australia. So you won't be too far away. Then we do it in the physical form. Otherwise, we'll do it via Zoom. Will be a Zoom call where we can sit and talk and have the conversations. All right. I love you guys. Have a great night. Have a great day, depending on whether it's morning, afternoon, or nighttime for you, wherever you are in the world. I'm in Australia, so it's daytime. If you're in America, it's nighttime. If you're in Europe, it's nighttime. I love you guys. I'll see you guys next time. Okay. Thanks for being here. Make sure you hit that bell, right? You guys have a good day.